We'll see.
Let's try this again.
Yes.
Oh, I think we're audible.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Hello, everybody. It's been crazy. This has been a crazy day. Welcome. I'm CipherText. I'm here with Carl.
Hello.
We've had a busy day.
Yeah. Yeah. But now we're here.
We're here, and we'll find out shortly whether the challenges are here. We've got 4 competitors in the back. The challenges are tested, so I think we're ready to count it in. Let's just do why don't you do a quick introduction of kind of what the format is this year and what teams we have and how this is going to work.
Right, we will talk more about this, but the very short thing is we have head-to-head, 2 players, 1 challenge, first one to solve it wins. 2 matches running in parallel. We will be casting and commentating one of them. If you really want to watch the other one, the live feed from the players is available. And I think that's it for now. We will talk more about it later.
We're going to let the teams go.
We are going to get the teams started, and then we can talk about the challenge and all of that. So I'm just going to look over to production and say that we are ready to go.
Ready? Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Let them go. All right, so they should be going.
Yep, and let's switch over to one of our competitors here.
Full screen terminal already.
Yep. So the way this is going to work, both of the players, they are given a challenge, the same challenge. It is a pwnable challenge of binary exploitation, memory corruption, vulnerabilities and exploits that we're looking at here. The goal of this is to take this program, this binary, find a vulnerability, develop an exploit, test it locally, and then exploit this on a remote server. Once you do that, you will eventually manage to get code execution on this server. And that's then you're basically done. And then to prove that you're done, you will run a command on the server, yeah.
But this year, unlike last year, we're a double elimination tournament. So last time it was as soon as you lost, you were out. But this time you have to lose twice before you're out. So that gives teams one a little bit more of a buffer, which is great, but also increases the complexity a fair amount.
Yeah.
We've got a bunch more streams, a bunch more captures. We've got a whole lot that we're trying to juggle here. So we've got the 2 teams that we're going to be looking at here are going to be Pig But Sad. And then they're playing against M Hackeroni, right? So those are our 2 teams that we're eyeballing. We don't have the overlay text. We're a little bit. We'll get that added as we move forward.
Yes.
But we're currently looking at M Hackeroni.
Right. So they are here in IDA, one of the popular reverse engineering platforms, the disassembler, decompiler. You can see the player here looking at the code. Renaming variables because they only get these. They get this decompilation, which is very nice, but you still have no variable names and so on. So they're trying to clean up the code here to be able to understand what's going on.
It's kind of nice. You can see because we've got we're currently in the overlay view. That was very convenient of these 2 teams to choose dark and light themes for us.
Right.
So it's really obvious when we're in. When we're looking at M Hackeroni, they're going to be the dark IDA, and when we're looking at Pig But Sad, they're going to be over there in the light IDA, and we can flip back and forth and take a look at kind of each one in a little more detail.
So let's switch over to Pig But Sad. You can see they're looking at essentially the same piece of code. This is kind of the core functionality of this program. You can see that they are trying to create some structures here, to figure out what is going on. So this challenge...
And I saw that it had a name, so that function name was called interpreter, right? So do we have symbols in these binaries, or did they already name that?
Let's see, I think
this one does have
symbols.
Maybe it has symbols?
Yeah, this varies from... no, I'm looking over here. No, yes, we do have symbols in this one. So we have function names to help them out a little bit, because we want... So these challenges... We want to make these challenges, easy enough that we can do this kind of high-speed format here. So that's sometimes we do give them some, things to grab onto, like the function names and so on.
Yeah.
Sometimes we decide to strip them out if that makes more sense in the context of the challenge.
Yeah, but these matches that we've got, normally we're scheduled for about an hour each match. And if things go to plan, we want them to be solved in like 40 minutes, right? The goal is actually 40 minutes after the challenge starts, they should be at that point already done, because we do go to a sudden death. So if it's taking them more than 50, we're going to go to a sudden death mode, and at that point, we're giving them a new challenge that is like as simple as it can be. It's meant to be very, very basic, and that's a truly painful race at that point.
Yep, and we can see here on the Piglet side reversing that they are still working on. You can see there they named one of the fields of the structure PC, typically for a program counter.
And we did tell them the category in advance, right? So we try to tell teams the architecture, whether it's a reversing challenge, a pwnable challenge, a little bit of information about it, primarily because we want them to send their best person. Different teammates will have different skills, and so for example, one of the organizers came up and said, well, you've listed us for a challenge that says Linux pwn, but is it Linux kernel or Linux userland?
Right.
And they wanted to, because they're like, it's a different guy we'd send for each one of those. And so we do try to give them a little information. And for this particular challenge, which by the way, anyone can see, so if you go to the challenge.net, or is it .com? No, challenge.com.
We have on LiveCTF.com, we have the bracket there.
We have the full bracket there, you can see it. But if you actually go to the raw challenge page as well, there's details for every one of those matches, and so it not only links to the streams where you can see it. So again, these are just the two of the players we've got, and we've also got Hypeboy and TWN playing at the same time on the same challenge, and it's entirely possible that the fastest solve actually comes on one of those feeds. So
right, and I want to switch over here to Hackeroni, because they are writing part of their exploit script here, which I think is really cool. So they are writing this in Python using pwn tools. And you can see that at the top of their script there, you can see that they had written out a couple of functions. So they have small, like, you could always call them like macros, or
helpers,
like, helper functions with short names that you can quickly just plug in there. They are, you can see that they're building up a kind of payload here, where they're using the cyclic function in pwn tools, which is a very handy tool where, let's say you have some kind of overflow and you gain control of some value that you're in, like for example the return address or some register or so on, but you're unsure exactly which part of your payload ends up in that location. You can use this cyclic function to generate a pattern, send it, look in the debugger, and then immediately deduce.
Those 4 bytes or 8 bytes are going to be exactly a unique offset into that buffer.
Right. So
there's like De Bruijn sequence generator.
Exactly.
The other name for you. Sometimes we'll hear that.
Exactly. So instead of trying to like calculate this by looking at the various offsets and like figuring out how much of the stack will be popped and so on, you just like dump this in, look in the debugger, and then you like calculate backwards to get the index.
This was not a common technique when I started, so I remember putting just a bunch of A's and then B's and trying to like binary search it just to try to figure out where it was.
This is like the sophisticated version of that.
It's also much faster too, which is good for LiveCTF.
Yeah. So they this leads me to believe that they have kind of found the vulnerability, but they're now kind of exploring it to see exactly how and what they control, which is like good progress there.
We have seen people too, though, in the past. Sometimes they start their pwn script immediately, even as they're just exploring the service, interacting with it, or they want to use it to generate things in a debugger just to kind of see what the behavior is. But yeah, usually you would think that they've got the exploit there. They may or may not. We are seeing in Pig But Sad, they've now also switched over a little bit to debugger. Oh, let's went back to
right.
IDA.
Let's go over to their screen.
There we go. Yeah.
Some exploit here, also using Python with pwn tools, also some helper functions.
Like the same little scripts.
Maybe I wonder if this people now they're slightly different, but it's similar
very,
content.
Very similar.
Yeah. So also running some debugger. I did not see quite what they were sending in. I think that maybe they're just also exploring
there was a breakpoint on OX Dead Beef. So I don't know if they're, okay, they just commented that one out.
Okay,
That
they're
was
just
like
setting
leftover
up,
maybe.
yeah, maybe just setting up their
I was like, if they already have control of VIP.
No. I think it's just they're just setting up the GDB scripting and then making sure that they have their stuff in order. So I mean, this is a very nice. Pwn Tools has a lot of nice features like this, where you can start your program, attach a debugger, run the GDB script, for example, set up some breakpoints, like all of these things to help you do this like iterative process of developing the exploit. So minimize the number of like manual commands you have to type in each time you test your exploits.
So I don't think, did the teams, we gave them the binary name, correct, when they downloaded this? Or did we just call it something generic?
No, they do get, so the archive that they download is called Push Pop Automaton, which is the name of this challenge. And it's a stack-based virtual machine, which has a...
I bet it has a push and a pop from the name.
Very few operations, including a push and a pop, so you can like grow and shrink this stack structure, which, if one would just take a guess at what like the vulnerability could be, maybe this pushing and popping, it does not properly respect the bounds of this.
A CTF challenge that doesn't have bounds checking? That's shocking. Shocking, I tell you.
So we can see here some, on the Macaroni's side, they're looking in the debugger. We see that they're dumping some memory, trying to figure out exactly what things are in the memory at a certain point in time. I'm not sure what this point in time is, but yeah, it's hard to tell exactly how far their progress is right now. Like the exploit script was still pretty bare bones.
Now, is this one that you've play tested? I know that this was a challenge Glenn wrote.
Yep.
But this was one you've solved before, so you've at least got a solution. Although, as is the case for Austin in a lot of our challenges, we don't know if we'll see the same solution, because there may very well be multiple ways to solve it.
Yep. I did solve it. It was probably one of the first ones I did in our whole development process. So it was a couple of weeks ago. So it might have
memories fuzzy. We've done a few challenges since then.
But it is. So it is pretty straightforward, but you also have the added, stress of this format, the LiveCTF format, with. It's this one-on-one, you have no help from your teammates.
The time pressure alone, just knowing that there's one person you're racing and that the first to solve it is like, the victor with all the point benefit it's stressful, it really is.
Yeah, and we are running a double elimination this year, right? So, you're not out immediately, but it's still like, this is one of your two chances, right?
And so let's talk about the points and the scoring and how this kind of factors into the overall DEF CON CTF, right? So that we are in the middle of DEF CON here in Las Vegas, and there's 12 teams here at the final event. Each of the 12 teams sends an individual for a round of LiveCTF, and those individuals don't have to be the same. So if they play multiple rounds, they could actually choose to send a different person. That's again also why we tell them the category, so they know who they can send.
I want to just bring attention here to Pig But Sad. You could see that there were a bunch of memory leaking out there on their screen that we have up. You can see here the memory dump in Pwn Tools. So they're doing some kind of leak here. This is a good step.
That would be step one of this exploit. Almost certainly would be some kind of leak. Any modern binary, you've got to have a leak kind of built into it with ASLR.
Yes. So if I remember correctly, basically you use the pop feature to read memory. And you go a bit further than you were supposed to, and then you use the push feature to modify those things.
So that gives you both a read and a write primitive kind of on the stack.
Yeah, and then there are a couple of things you need to keep in mind, because since you're going like backwards and forwards, you need to like keep track of the order, like because you're you're writing things in the opposite order of what you were reading them. So there are like things to details to keep in mind there.
And that's the kind of stuff I think is the hardest when there's the time pressure, right? It's the kind of thing where like if you were casually doing it, you wouldn't even it'd be fine, but like when you're in a hurry, it's easy to miss that little
and
stuff.
then like off by one things like the push thing, like does it write first and then increment the pointer, or like is the pointer pointing to the current empty slots or the current like the top of the stack? And it's like you can easily get like an off by one issue there.
I think both teams did exactly the right thing though, because debugging will help you answer a lot of those questions, right? You want to have your script. You want to like, there are people that I know who like can one-shot this and they just model it in their head and then they solve it and they write it and they're done, and they're fun to watch. But certainly I would be using a debugger as well.
Yeah, I want to go over to Macaroni again and bring attention here. You can see that they're writing this leak equals, and then they are,
So they've already got a leak, and now we're gonna.
So they're just, and then doing the debug printing here to validate. We can see if this works. Yeah, you can see that they printed out an address.
Doesn't look like code address though. I'm not sure what they're trying to leak.
It seems like it's off. Like the 55 is usually like a good. That one though looks like you can see this 7F thing. Yeah. Looks very much like a library address, right?
Library range.
Yeah.
Well, I bet they're going to practice mask this. Let's see what they do.
Let's check. And they're checking. Yeah, so they're copying the leak over, or they were copying the leak over. Let's see. They have a leak.
Copy it.
Are they going to check in like via map or? So they're checking. This is in. Yeah. So they got the. Okay.
Yeah.
So there was in the offset, and you can see they use this feature in GDB to take this address, and this is an absolute address, but the GDB plugins convert this into an offset within the library. So now they can then bring this back into their exploit script, and you can see that they subtract this offset from the leak to get the base address of libc, bring this back into the script, and now they can easily calculate any addresses within libc that they are.
Go look for one gadget or whatever other function pointers they want to call.
Although this is complete overkill for this challenge because you have a win function, but
I don't know if we saw anyone look at the win function there.
So I saw that the function list was open, and you can see you saw it there very briefly. Yeah.
And especially because we gave them the symbols, right? Because they've got the symbols on function names.
But this is so easy to miss because this is maybe not a super common thing to have in modern challenges. Like we've kind of evolved past that in the CTF community, in the CTF challenges. Yeah. But since we want this to be very fast, very compared to a lot of pwnable challenges, easy to solve. I'm not saying it's easy. It's easier. And that's why we put this in.
Don't feel bad. It's certainly I wouldn't be able to solve this in an hour or as fast as these teams were. So don't feel bad if you're doing this and thinking, wow, like you call this easy, but it took me several hours. Like this is just relatively speaking to sort of the state of the art in pwnable challenges now.
Yeah.
So it is a little more unusual. And I would have expected to see. Although actually they would need a leak to the program itself, right? So
right. So this is a different approach. Maybe it's
It may have been the first pointer they grabbed was a libc, and good enough they can get system out of that.
Right. So I want to bring back attention here now to Pigbet SAD. You can see a little bit more of their exploit script there. You have some. They're reading until they see these specific bytes. So they're also looking at some leak here. You can see some memory dump. Trying to orient myself here on what they're doing.
It is interesting though that they're building their GDB into their same script as well, as opposed to we saw earlier in Hackeroni had a separate session that they were debugging it with. So are they getting back a pointer? Are they?
Here we can see that. There's a bunch of memory being dumped out. Yeah, they looked like environment variables.
Yeah, environment from stack. Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
Right on the stack prior to your your main.
Let's leave them there for a moment and go back to Macaroni, because I think there's some pretty good stuff coming up here. I saw that you can see that they're trying to put together a ROP chain. But you see, this is, it's a little bit difficult to follow now because they're jumping very quickly back and forth between the exploit script and the debugger. They're making small changes, trying it, do like very quick iterations. You can see them like fiddling with like some offsets here and there, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. These things are very
fiddly.
Easy. And can be so frustrating because like you feel like you should have this, like I know what's going on, and that something is like not adding up, like you forget some detail, extremely frustrating sometimes.
And it looks like they're actually changing they had a libc leak clearly earlier, but now they've gone back and they're changing it again. Did the environment change? Did something change, or why? I'm wondering what they're doing that's caused them to undo the progress they felt like they made earlier. And I'll keep an eye out. I don't see Pig But Sad having successfully gotten. Oh, they do think they have a leak now. Let's see.
Well, let's switch over to them, and
I think they might have. Yeah. So it looks like they're dumping. So we've now dumped some.
Right, and there they're also calculating. You can see they didn't use as fancy features there, but you can see that they're calculating an offset by subtracting those two absolute addresses there in the exploit script, those 7F addresses. This will give them, so you see they take the values in the specific instance, take the difference, get the offset, and then use that to calculate the base there.
Slightly longer version of the same thing that we saw in Macaroni do with that little, we just copy and paste with the gb command.
It's right. So they're back in the disassembler. I think this is interesting because we had quite a period here of them like mostly looking at the exploit script and the debugger.
Yeah.
And now they're coming back into the disassembler, maybe double checking some. Maybe they were just looking at the size of this buffer or the stack thing.
It looks like their structure offset they were using to determine. Oh, we had, by the way, a solve on our other stream.
Oh my God!
Go check out our other stream. Congratulations to Hype Boy.
Yeah, so really great job. Hyperboy they win their first LiveCTF match here. So as I said, we are running 2 matches in parallel. We are casting one of them, but then there's another match going on in the background, and that match just finished with Hype Boy winning against. Which team was the other one?
Hype Boy was playing in this match, TWN 48.
Right, so TWN 48 against Hype Boy, and Hype Boy did win that match.
I can't wait to go watch the VOD on that one, because that was a blazing fast. I'm just knowing like the progress that they must have like quickly known what to do. And then landed that.
Really
so
cool.
Good for them.
Really cool to see. But we are still going strong here in this match.
A little bit of a sigh of relief as an organizer for your full solve coming through, because I mean, you know it's solvable, you're pretty sure, but just to see somebody do it, that's a good feeling.
And oh my God, the issues we've had today.
Today was cursed.
Everything that conceivably could broke, and a few more things.
So we had multiple hardware failures on laptops. So the machine that we're streaming to you on now died. The machine that's running the game infrastructure died. We're on like secondary machines for all of that. We had our mixer board, as we came on the stream just at the very beginning, isn't connecting for some reason. On the new machine we swapped out, and so we switched audio inputs. It's been a lot of craziness, but high five for our first.
Really nice to see, and I mean we will also be talking a bit more throughout these days. We will be talking a little bit about the production, the behind the scenes and stuff, but. We will come back to that. We can talk a little bit more about.
For now, we want to get back on schedule and get teams going.
Right. So let's check out Macaroni again. You can see here. It feels like they're trying to. It looks like some indices and values. They're like trying to figure out some kind of offset, maybe. You could see like there was a big list of like various offsets, and I guess it was the corresponding value or something. And I think they're trying to. Again, fiddle around a little bit with the exact offsets of these exploits, or
I don't feel either team is necessarily stuck, but I also don't feel like they're confidently going to the next step yet either. They're still, I think, tweaking and trying to figure out.
But it's like, you can see here, like you have the ROP chain with the system call. with the shell. Like they have
The pieces are all
there, and now they're just trying to debug their exploit script and trying to find like where is this not doing what they think it should do.
It actually reminds me of the first match we had last year in the finals, which you can go watch on YouTube or on LiveCTF.com, check out the archives, because it was the same kind of thing, tweaking and fiddling with, and then the team we weren't watching snuck in and actually solved it just off screen, because it's hard to know. Like if for one of them just suddenly they figured out exactly, it could go down in just a few seconds. But I do still see a lot over here on Pig Butt Sad. Oops, wrong one. If we bring up Pig Butt Sad, that one there. We can go ahead. They really haven't. They hop back out of IDA, but they've been here for a lot. They're really still looking at their offsets. I think this to me still feels like in their head they're still working out what they want to do. They don't have exactly the sizes figured out. They don't have a goal necessarily figured out. Because I think if you understand what the virtual machine is doing at this point, there shouldn't be a whole lot you would need to look at. Even if things like offsets, for example, dynamically just pulling that out of your running session seems like it might have been a little easier.
And they are, they're looking at the interpreter code. I mean, this is a time where you really wish you could like read the minds of the players.
Get in their head.
Yeah.
Pause and interrupt them. Excuse me, what do you think?
Because it's they are clearly staring at this code, and there's something they're trying to like wrap their head around. You're just not exactly sure what it is, right?
See if Macaroni's got more momentum now, or if they're still stuck with their leak being a little bit. Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's the same offset value dump. So they're just dumping out a bunch of stack values essentially.
Right. Trying
maybe
to
looking
figure
for something
out,
else.
You can see that they're looking at these like 7F value. They're probably interested in that one. Looking at the corresponding offset. You can see here the AAC offset. Copying this. Yes. And it looks like they already had that there, so it's like maybe they wonder like why is this not doing the thing?
And are they going the wrong direction, like up or down? You got to remember like which the stack goes one way, but the bytes go the other way, and that can be tricky.
Right. And then
this challenge definitely gives you all the tools though that you need to solve it. It's just a matter of like wiring them up the right way.
Yeah.
So yeah, it didn't even send in 8 bytes on that unpack.
Right. Adding an interactive call, which is a nice feature in Pwn tools, where like you can do some automation and then like take over with manual.
Which works really well on a service like this, where it's a sort of text-based interactive thing, and so maybe they want to just try to like leak a few more things or change what they're doing on the fly.
And. So I'm trying to like read, the different things. Basically, it seems like they are using the payload to leak an address, use this address to calculate the base address. From this, they can construct a ROP chain, and then they are inserting this ROP chain.
I do think we're coming up on first hint time as well, so we should talk about. Why don't you talk about how that process works?
Right. So.
So they did get the hint. Do they know to check the page? Why don't we go run over there and remind them about the hint schedule?
So
I don't think we've told them the hint schedule, so someone should go tell them.
Right. So the way we do this is after 20 minutes of game time, we release a hint
on the same web page they downloaded the challenge on.
And then after another 15 minutes, we release a second hint, which I honestly, for this challenge, I don't think the hint
is going to help them.
Yeah. I don't think it's helpful because I think they've already figured that part out. Right. I think they're now just fiddling around with like the offsets and those parts.
Yeah, I agree. And I think we've seen that in the past. That some of the challenges, did we lose? Oh no, we're still going. I've seen in the past in some challenges, the hints aren't really going to help you. You understand, you've got all the right tools in the tool shop, but you're still having trouble building the chair. You've still got to like kind of put it together. So
right. And here's interesting. We can see Macaroni adding a like a ret sled to their ROP chain.
Yeah,
so if you're familiar with like old school shell coding, you sometimes could add like a NOP sled to like, if you didn't know exactly where your code was located, you would jump into this kind of long sequence of NOP instructions that would like then slide you all the way.
Where you hit, they would all hit NOP, and you would just go to the very end. Yeah.
Instead of trying to find the exact offset. And a ret sled is like kind of the equivalent thing, but for a ROP chain, where if you don't know exactly how your ROP chain is going to be offset on the stack, you just have a sequence of ret instructions that just progresses the ROP chain further without making any state changes.
Yeah, or specifically a pointer to a return instruction from something you know at a fixed location, and all those pointers are in a row, so that no matter where you hit in a return, you'll just keep returning until you get to your next gadget that you want.
Yep. Let's go back to Pigbet SAD. We can see that they are, feels like they're still messing around with like the initial payload, the kind of this program that you're submitting to the automaton, to the VM. It's maybe they're trying around a little bit with how long the various sequences of push and pop instructions need to be for this to all work the way they have, they expect it.
Now I do see, let's talk, there's U, O, and H. We saw those, and they've even labeled the O as output, so presumably this is going to be, these are like text instructions that we're sending into the virtual machine, and that's going to be what does our pushing or popping?
Yeah, so each, you send a sequence of commands, each of them is like one character, and then followed potentially by some input or outputs that you get back. So we can actually see here.
There we go. They just refreshed for the hints.
Yeah. Yeah. And they
popping.
saw the hit.
It was too quick. It was keep popping something.
Right. It was keep popping beyond the bounds or something. Which, as I said, like they figured that out a long time ago.
Right.
So yeah, not very helpful in this case, which is like good and bad, like because it means that they have had some progress, and they have another 25-30 minutes basically then, or
total time. I think we have still another.
Right.
Well, we got until the sudden death. We have to go back and look. I'm trying to remember the exact start time. So hopefully somebody wrote that down.
Yeah. So yes,
because we definitely got started late, and the being late was definitely our fault and not theirs. They were all here on time. That was just us, as you heard or saw us fixing our microphones and fixing all sorts of fun stuff.
It was a mess, but we are here.
It's working. So far, it's working, and we already got one solve, and hopefully we'll see another one soon.
Yep. And Pigbet SAD still messing around with like the payload structure here. They're padding out their with these O instructions to a fixed size payload. I saw something interesting there. I want to go back to Macaroni. They were doing some more leaking there. I think I saw some sequence of bytes popping out. Could have been interesting. Like they, let's see. They go back here to this they changed the size of the code that they're sending, or the length of these
total payload we're sending.
And then it seems like they kind of they subtracted 8 in one place, and maybe they're compensating down here as well. I don't know exactly what these various offsets are, but
it's so weird because we saw that libc leak real early on, and then I feel like we have kind of gotten stalled. We haven't really made it anything past that.
So it's I'm really like rooting for these teams to succeed with these things. I know how like frustrating it can be when you are trying to solve one of these challenges.
Well, and when we were testing this, we don't have the time pressure too, right? So like we definitely had it easier that we could put it down and walk away, get some fresh ideas, come back later and think, I bet I was messing up that, go sleep on it or whatever.
Yeah, I was like, I was solving the challenge on one screen and like watching some Twitch stream on the other screen. And I mean, obviously that, I didn't solve it in 45 minutes then. Like,
for sure. Or even the 25 or whatever, the 20 that it was.
No. I mean,
from Hype Boy, that was great.
Really, really impressive work there. I think the kind of benchmark we had throughout the development process was that like, if we can solve it within like 2 hours in like a relaxed setting, then
one, these players are all better than us.
Yes.
Every one of them are better than every
Yes.
one of us, I think, is
Yes.
probably fairly safe to say.
Yeah.
And then two, again, we weren't kind of in a hurry, we were taking
Yeah.
our time
Yeah.
and then not feeling a rush. Although it works conversely too, the opposite also works. The fact that we were not time pressured sometimes means that you had less stress in doing it, so.
Yeah. I'm going to switch over again here to Pig But Sad, and
It does crack me every time I see a bunch of like, ooh,
Yeah.
like in the output. Like,
Yeah,
it's like, how
it's-
do you pronounce that exactly?
yeah, they're again like messing with the various sizes of the parts of the payloads. Yeah, looking, you can see there, that's the address of the when they call the
turn
interpreter. So
instruction,
it's setting
yeah.
a breakpoint when going into the interpreter to investigate exactly what's going on there. Yeah, it's still. I mean, if I were to bet at this point, I'm a little bit with Macaroni.
Yeah. I mean, it certainly had progress early on. I don't think we've yet to see a successful like libc leak out of Pig But Sad, unfortunately, yet.
Yeah.
Although it could have happened and we just missed it too. That happens a lot as well. It's
Right.
hard to track
Right.
everything.
But with the nature of these challenges is that if one team gets stuck, the other one can definitely catch up and cruise through and steal the win. So
It is still anyone's game, for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, yeah,
Like,
for sure.
just getting progress here from either one. Yeah, and this definitely lends itself to, I feel like, a more dynamic approach, this type of challenge, where you've got this primitives that you can just poke at and see what they do.
Yeah.
See what you get on the stack, see what you get, and just try a write, and then go look at the stack after you've done your write, or try
Right.
to.
So I remember, I think what I did was like, I read the code and got like a rough sense of it. Like you get that the size of the buffer is
Right.
like hex 800 or something. It's like, so I started out with that as like a base thing, did something, and then looked in the debugger and then made adjustments. It's very similarly to what I feel like the players are doing here. But yeah, it's going to be...
So that was interesting. We saw that, I mean, times 100 makes sense if we're pushing or popping 8 bytes at a time, right? If it's an 8-byte stack. But we had 3 U's in a row times 100. So I'm not sure if that was just, do more just to...
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Like 3 seems like a bit of an odd
Right.
number.
3 times hex 100.
Yeah, like if it was 2 or 4, maybe, but yeah. I don't know about that one. It's...
You can tell though teams are a little bit ready for LiveCTF though. We saw them come in with like this starter shell scripts with their alias macros or whatever. We've got 2 people very familiar with Pwn tools and with even the interactor. Now, is the interactor prompt, is that Jeff or?
No, that's Pwn Tools.
Pwn Tools
Yeah.
has its own kind of interactive GDB session that has all the same kind of context.
Oh no, the
things.
interactive is just
Well, no. So I know the Pwn Tools interactive, but on the right side, for example, on Macaroni now, where they're looking at the debugging session, right?
Right.
If I
So
can see all the context.
here you can see that they're running Pwn debug, right? So which adds all of these like nice colorings and extra plugins and stuff to GDB. So I think there are, I would say currently, 2 big GDB kind of add-ons for exploit development. It's Pwn debug being one of them, and then Jeff, GEF, being the other one. Both, with their pros and cons, and popular in the CTF community. So they have a bunch of modules adding these like trying to interpret addresses. So you can see these like various pointers with different colors, like whether it's in the text segment or the stack and so on.
Yeah, it definitely makes it easier to read when you can see those highlights, as well as even just seeing the registers in the stack, as opposed to the default GDB interface, which is empty. There's
No,
nothing.
you will see these like stack printouts where it will also like
Annotate
dereference the
them,
pointer. Like
yeah.
it will say like this is a pointer to the heap, and it's pointing to this value and things like this. And so it can even do that like multiple times. Like this is a pointer to the heap, pointing to another pointer to the heap, and so on, which can be very helpful in these situations when you're trying to.
So I've been watching Pig But Sad, and it looks like they've changed their leak. So now they're trying to offset in. They've changed that hard-coded hex 100 to a hex 80, and they're using 80 U's then to look over the dumping. Okay, so now we've got a whole bunch of. Is that 5.7 or 7.5s on the stack? Oh, these are probably ASCII U's. So probably seeing their own payload on the stack, I think. So if you look at whatever hex 75 is, lowercase u, so you can see it right there. So that is indeed them reaching their own buffer.
Yep.
And there are definitely like the sort of like finding your own buffer in the memory is oftentimes a component of an exploit, right? Where you've got to like maybe you want to remove the null pointer from your thing so it can go further, or you want to write bytes into your buffer that weren't writable in the original input, but you could do it with a virtual machine, or maybe you want to write some other metadata around your buffer. There's a lot of things you could do by sort of finding that data. I think we're so used to like get code execution,
right?
But ultimately the goal is like there could be other steps along the way.
And I want to switch back over to Macaroni here. We can see if they do it again, because I saw one thing they did like down there. You can see the ROP chain, and they have also like some A's appended to the ROP chain. And I saw that they were looking for that in the debugger. Like they pre-pended it as well with some A's and ran it in the debugger, and they showed up. Well, let's see if this happens again, or if they were done with that particular step of their analysis. But I think it can be pretty nice an educational moment. You can see here they're changing around the offsets again. I think they maybe got something out from the thing that I just described, where they pre-pended it, they saw like the offset, and now they're making adjustments. So let's see here if we can see this. Okay, they quit out immediately. Okay, they forgot they had this dumper section, right? And they, have. This can also be like thing where you start messing around with your exploit script. You put in various scaffolding and then you remove it, or you forget to remove it.
Sometimes you get worse off before you realize that you've actually left something in that you've got to go back and fix up. I definitely did that several times when playtesting my challenge.
Well, so again, adjusting.
I think we're actually past second hit time as well. Although again, I don't know if I don't think there's anything we can tell them that they don't know yet with this binary in terms of how it works. It's really just a question of who's going to actually get the mechanics, iron out all the kinks, and I would be much more worried if we hadn't seen one solve already. But we know, getting that one solve in is reassuring as an author. It is doable. We know it got done, but let's see if we end up needing a sudden death challenge for this one or not. So I think they're going back to remind the team, so we might see them pull up that hit page again. They're going to let them know that that you have gone past that 35-minute timer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean, I really want to see the teams succeed.
Oh, we all do. Yeah.
And we also would prefer to not have to use one of our sudden death challenges. Let's say we have not prepared the challenges enough for sudden deaths for every match.
No, but we also have done horribly wrong if we have to use it.
Oh, I just saw a very interesting thing. You can see that they're changing their thing here. They're changing the whole thing. They found the win function, and they were getting rid of like the libc stuff.
Oh, no.
They were leaking the program base. They're changing it, and now let's see if they actually manage to do it.
I think Pig But Sad is going to be very sad if they just missed the win function, and that's the difference here.
Yeah, let's see here. They are still having some kind of they forgot to rename the variable in one place.
Is that a shell?
No, it's a breakpoint in the GDB. So we'll see here. It could be so close. But they're making it's the stress. Like it causes these like tiny mistakes, it's frustrating. but it feel like, you know, I can almost see the stress in the way the cursor moves.
It's like it's more jittery now.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
it's
yeah.
like because and they're thinking in their head, my opponent's like seconds ahead of me.
Right.
You know.
And especially like, you know, once you find something that's, you know,
that makes it easier.
Yeah.
It really is like, oh no, I
and they're
missed
like,
this.
yeah,
And
like
your
how did I,
opponent-
like, you know, obviously the other team, they know about this.
And yet, every indication is they do not. We've
Right,
yet to see
right.
Pig but Sad
Yeah.
hone in on that.
But they don't know that. So.
Ironically, given that they've spent the most time in IDA, I think looking at it, they were really looking around that main loop and around the interpreter loop. So we haven't seen them.
Yeah, you can see now they're just extending their ROP chain, like spamming the win function, adding like ret instructions, just trying to get this to work. Like this is, oh, yeah, I feel, oh, they have the shell, there's the shell. There's a shell for macaroni.
Submitter 8.
So now they're just,
No,
they need to connect to the,
they're going to throw it remotely. So that was a local one.
So now let's see
This
if
is
they have.
it. This is looking like it.
Copy pasting the address, they're doing remote. They have a shell. They do. Submitter. And then, yep, that's a win.
it. Congratulations to Macaroni.
Yeah. Great job. Very nice, macaroni. Yeah, let's.
If I can pull up the right, sheet. There we go.
So that was our first round of matches here at the LiveCTF from the CON CTF Finals. Yeah, I think maybe we didn't mention this. So LiveCTF is part of the CON CTF, where you have 12 of the best CTF teams across the world playing in like a big attack defense competition against each other. And as like a sub-event within this, they play this LiveCTF like a one-on-one competition where the results from this will then give them points that feed into the main event.
So the total points they're going to get are going to range from about 1,337, yes, the elite point range for first place, all the way down to 500 points for the last place team. So every team who participates gets points. That way nobody can skip out and not send somebody to try to play. We wanted, I'm glad Nautilus Institute, who are the organizers of the main CTF, encourage teams to participate by. There is a participation award for even doing this, because it is brave, it is stressful to get up and be willing to let people talk about what you're doing. So yeah, we're glad that they did that. We're going to go ahead and get set up for the next match, which is going to be coming shortly.
Yep. Yeah, because like since we are a little bit behind the schedule, we will get this going as soon as possible. We'll bring up some like intermission slides, yeah, we will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
As soon as we get ready. Take care.
See ya.
somebody,
exactly, it turns blue.
is somebody checking these?
Are they ready? Yeah. Are you ready? Yeah. Okay, then go. We're going to go live very shortly. Okay. I'm just going to see if we had a. Let's go with this one. Okay.
Do we check audio? Check.
I think we will.
How do we?
I think it's live now. So, yep, you're live. Okay. Welcome back to the second round of LiveCTF. I'm still here, Carl, Zeta2, but I have replaced Jordan with Mark. Hello.
Hi, I'm Mark Griffin. I've been around the CTF community for a while, big into vulnerabilities and secure software, and I'm really into explaining bugs and visualizing bugs. So I'm really excited for this.
Yeah, this is going to be awesome. We are going to get straight into it. So I'll just check with the production that we are ready to go, and then we'll do a countdown of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so the teams are off to the races. In this match, again, same thing as before, we have 2 matches running in parallel. We are casting one of them. This match is Shellfish versus Norse Code. And I'm really excited about this because I was pretty much the person who founded the Norse Code a couple of years ago. Yeah, and yeah, I mean, I guess you are a bit excited about this match as well. Like, yeah,
that's right. So this bug has a lot of history. This is a really cool one to me because this bug was found over 20 years ago. This is a famous bug called the crack adder bug, found by Mark Dowd. And originally this bug was found with manual auditing, as in just looking through the source code and seeing this bug, which is pretty incredible. But what made it famous was several years later it was popularized by Howard Flake, who pointed it out as this is the kind of bug that's difficult to solve automatically with program analysis or symbolic execution techniques. So today, these competitors, this fast forward 10 years, they have all of these techniques at their disposal. So I'm interested to see if they, if anybody tries to solve it with Anger or other symbolic execution tools.
Yep, it's going to be super cool to see. Let's take a look at what the 2 players are doing. If we can start by going to Norse Code here, we can see a bit of an IDA window in the background, but also like diving straight into starting to write the exploit script. Again, like in the last match we saw, using Python with Pwn tools, a very popular choice.
Oh yeah, it really helps to be able to get your script going real fast, have everything in place, and then you're just filling in the blanks once you find the bug.
Right. So we can see here that the player from Norse Code is looking at this main there's kind of like a parsing function in here, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And trying to, like, they were going through the code, renaming variables. You can see that there was a P, there was a C, there was a current. Trying to figure out what's going on here, really. And we see there, like, is that a conveniently placed address to the system function there as well?
Yeah, so this is definitely something that's designed to be solved quickly. It's really getting at the heart of the head-to-head competition and trying to solve these things quickly, I think, is what makes this competition so exciting.
Yeah. So I think we can then switch back over to, well, not back, but switch to Shellfish for the first time and just see what they're doing. Also, using IDA, we are 4 out of 4 on IDA so far as the reverse engineering platform of choice. You can see them looking at the same piece of code here.
Yeah, I think this is really interesting because this is the part when they're starting to figure out what are the key tokens or key characters that are driving the parsing, because they know that there's a bug. This is a small target. They know that there's probably a pretty easy bug, or at least something isn't right here. And so watching this part is really exciting to me because
it's just a matter of time until you see it happen in their head when they figure out going from reading the code to, oh, I see it, and then they'll start writing their overflow, or at least testing what they think is their theory.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting challenge. So I test solved this challenge internally within the LiveCTF group, and I actually, just for fun, I decided to try to just run a fuzzer. I'm not knowledgeable in fuzzing, but I was like, I'm just gonna try it for this, and it did in fact find the crash pretty much immediately, but I had such a hard time kind of converting the fuzz, the crash example, into anything useful that I could actually write an exploit out of. So I went I had to kind of go back, start over, and do a more manual approach to actually be able to solve the challenge.
Yeah, and that's one of the things here is that so this same bug was featured in the DARPA Cyber Grand Challenge 2015-2016 timeframe, and it was solved by the competitors in that match, automated competitors, but using fuzzing. Fuzzers work really well against this target, and so I don't see that either of the competitors were watching or trying any fuzzing. But as you said, sometimes fuzzing, you still have to go through the effort of cleaning up the crash that you get. And in this particular case, there's only so many characters, and so if you have a really messy looking crash, it may not be obvious what the bug is.
Yeah. And I want to switch over a bit to Norse Code's side again, because I saw that they started, you can see here they're running it in the debugger, classic, inputting a bunch of A's just to see what's going on. Comparing this with the code and seeing what's going on, you can see that grabbing an offset there as well. Adding some debugs. We're probably going to set a breakpoint. Yeah, exactly. So they're kind of setting up their the environment, wiring everything up to do the further analysis for this.
Yeah, and it's really interesting for me. One of the things I love to see is to, especially in a competition like this, is to see the tools that everybody uses and the different strategies. Pretty much everybody's going to use a debugger, but it is really cool to see just top competitors like this and what their different techniques are about how they understand a program.
Right, and I was just about to say that we had pretty much the exact same setup for every player so far, but that's not true, because if we look here at Shellfish, they're using Jeff as their GTB add-on framework, which I mentioned in the previous match, that there are two big names here currently, and it's Ponybug and Jeff. And we saw that the Norse Code player was using Ponybug, and the Shellfish player is using Jeff.
I'm a Jeff guy.
Me too. I started out with PETA or PETA. And then it got stopped being maintained, I think, or so. It got a bit outdated. Yeah. Someone came up with Ponybug, and I think Ponybug grew kind of big and heavy. And then someone came up with Jeff, which is a bit more slimmed down, but in my opinion contains everything that I care about, really.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, and one thing that I want to bring up on that note is that some people, the GDB experience out of the box is very, very vanilla, but it's easy to sort of underestimate how much of a difference it really makes to have a clean display of your information. Mm-hmm. So the color coding, it's not an accident that these color codings are very similar across, because it allows you to build an intuition and see, oh, hey, this pointer, this is a code pointer, a stack pointer, a heap pointer, or this is where my input is. Very powerful, because then you're talking about an experience where previously, if you're using GDB by itself, you'd have to do a lot of commands to get that same amount of information.
Oh, yeah. And then just having this thing immediately output all of this thing and bringing in some context and this colors.
Oh, I see someone's already got an idea of what the bug is.
Right, so if we look here, we see all of these various bracket pairs, and this is definitely a key to the solution here. It's if I remember correctly, there's in a place, there's basically a global variable that's being incremented, and then it should be there should be a corresponding decrement of the same variable, but that never happens. So basically a bound grows, and then you can kind of get outside the intended memory region. Is that basically?
That's exactly right. I mean, this is imagine 20 years ago it was a different environment for coding, but really what this came from is this code had an end bound that left a little bit of room at the end of the buffer, and then they sort of said, okay, well, we'll increment that bound a little bit. We've got a little extra space there, but they didn't really expect a specially designed malicious input to push that bound farther than the buffer itself.
Yeah, because it's so in this case it's packaged as like a mail quoting thing. Was that the original context as well, or?
Yeah, so crack adder, it was an email parsing because naturally everybody thinks about these things. Well, email address, how complex could that be?
Yeah.
But parsing is difficult. I think that's what we've learned.
Yeah, truly. And if we look here at Shellfish, you can see there some of their exploit code just pass by. Let's see. And there is a couple of different components there going on. You have the pairs. It looks like there's a little bit of a leak going on there as well. Right, they're leaking a base address, or they're trying to leak a base address there. So there's definitely progress on that side.
Oh yeah.
Let's switch over to Norse code and check.
A lot of action.
There was someone was really happy over there. So we are here at the DEF CON, like in the CTF room on the DEF CON floor. So if you're here during the weekend, you want to stop by and say hello. Please come here.
We have stickers.
We do have stickers. That also means there can be some noises from other people here, enthusiastic players of the CTF. But anyway, we can see here some analysis going on in IDA, trying to figure out all of these quotations. You can see these variables like quotation, round quote. There's this flag being toggled on and off, and you can see that the player here is like trying to look what's going on.
I think he's got an idea looking at it about what it's supposed to be. I definitely saw his cursor, jumping back and forth between the key things.
Right.
And didn't you say that there was a particular pattern you saw when you were
right? So when I solved this, because the parser has like two quote types. I think it's like the regular parentheses, and then there's like angle brackets. Yeah, angle brackets. And my intuition was like, well, these two should behave the same. Like it doesn't really matter if you have a parentheses or an angle bracket. So I kind of like compared them like pairwise the piece of code, and I saw that there's like in one of the arms of the switch statement, there was like a line that was missing compared to the other corresponding piece of code. And then I was like, okay, that has to be significant. And then I looked further into that and got to the solution. So I wonder, but we can see here in the exploit code, he also has this the parentheses pair as part of the payload there. Sending a number of so you can see like he wants to send a hex C8 number of bytes, and then so he divide that by 2, but then sends a pair for that number. So definitely clearly on the way there.
Yeah, making good progress, and I don't have the timer right in front of me, but this is. This is moving quickly. I mean, there's really only so many steps here because it is a smaller target for speed purposes. The original was actually quite a large function, and this is much more streamlined.
Right.
But so I think that the steps that they're trying to do is discover the bug, leak an address, which they'll want, and then use that for drop, or I think that this one has a pretty friendly mitigation scenario. I think that most of the protections are off.
Right.
Which definitely would have been the case 20 years ago.
What mitigations?
Yeah, exactly. DEP didn't exist.
Well, we can see here from Shellfish, they're also fiddling around with this payload, looking at how many brackets to send.
Yeah, we can definitely see that he's leaked the
base address. Yeah.
Of the
very nice.
The binary itself. I think you may have leaked a stack pointer when you solved it.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember because I know that we had a slight so you had your reference solution.
That's right.
And I had a solution, and they were like, the overall idea was the same, but there was one step that differed a bit.
The check sec there, I think that's the key, and you can
Yeah.
see there's no canary, NX is disabled, RWX segments. That means that they can execute code on the stack.
Right, and that's
they
very
can find it.
very important to look out for, because I think I just mentioned this in the previous match. Like nowadays, having challenges with NX disabled is not super common. So
Yeah.
it's easy, if you're a player, a CTF player, it's easy to kind of forget about that and like start to
Right.
get into more complicated things when like all you had to do was to like put your shellcode on the stack and execute it. So,
Right. Well, it rewards paying close attention.
Yep.
But also, I mean, sometimes I feel like the exciting part is finding the bug. For me, anyways,
Yeah.
I love finding the bug and then going through all the steps to actually exploit the bug. Can be a little tedious because sometimes there's a lot of doing the same thing, or maybe there's like little gotchas that trip you up, but you have it.
Yeah. No, it's so, and especially in these stressful situation with like the one-on-one, like the players. So you don't see it here, but like the players are they're sitting behind this wall. They're sitting opposite each other, like at the same table.
I see some shellcode going down here. So I think it's just a matter of time.
Okay. So yeah, we should keep our attention here on the shellfish. Let's quickly switch over to Norse code while keeping a little bit of attention on the shellfish. But we can see that there is stuff going on here as well with the brackets, but I don't see kind of like shell code and stuff yet. So if I were to take a guess, like I would say that shellfish is like slightly ahead here. I'm switching
like
back
it.
into them here, and yeah, is that a? There was.
Oh, I see the ID command going down.
Yeah. Okay. So they believe that they should have shell, but doesn't seem to work quite yet. Oh, they're like single stepping.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I don't know if everybody can appreciate it.
But they were single stepping through the shell code,
Yes,
right?
that's what it looks like.
Right. So they were just checking like why is
see,
this?
see that using host lib thread, executing new program.
Oh, they
They've
do
got
have the
it.
shell. They do
They've
have the
got it
shell.
on the
Okay,
debugger.
okay. Oh my God. So shellfish is, I'm pretty sure going
Yep,
to
they're
take
switching
this on.
over
They're
to the
switching on to remote, copy pasting the
That's
server. So
good.
we were gonna have shellfish as the winners of this match. Remember, there is a second match going on in the background, which we don't have the results of yet.
But it is streaming. If you haven't seen it, there's there's another link on the LiveCTF YouTube that you should be able to watch both of the other two competitors.
Right. There's no commentary going on there.
That's right.
It's just the perspectives of the players. If you want a more of like a Zen approach to this event, which is completely valid. Yeah. Okay. They're running, and yes, there it is.
Well
Great job, shellfish.
Well done.
Congratulations. Really nice work. So what's going to happen now is that let me just switch back to this view. And as I said, we have another match going on in the background. You can switch to the other stream to see that thing going on. I think we're not going to really continue here. We're going to go to an intermission and come back with the next set of matches. So what's going to happen? This current match needs the second match needs to finish. We need to do some setup, and then we will be back with a new round of matches. I will be replaced. You will stay on for the next one.
Yep.
Yeah, really nice to commentate with you. This was a fairly quick one, I would say.
Yeah, but I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was great. I also hope all of you had fun with this. Yeah, we will be back in a bit.
And we're back, LiveCTF here at DEF CON. And I'm Mark Griffin, and I'm joined this time by Josh from Vector 35.
Yeah, Josh, aka Negasora, on everything I'm on. And it's been fun working on this. It's my first time on camera for it, I think. Oh my gosh, maybe ever.
Well, welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much, seasoned veteran like yourself.
Yeah, right, my second time. So.
Yeah. No, but I've been working behind the scenes and just set up infrastructure to be one script that works. So I think without further ado.
Yeah, let's get into it. So again, this is the third challenge. We got matches 5 and 6, Blue Water versus Macaroni, and we'll be commenting Super Dice Code versus Hype Boy.
Yeah,
So-
Blue Water Macaroni, Team 1 versus Team 8 seeded. And then Super Dice Code placed 4th in quals, Hype Boy 12th. So I think these are going to be pretty good matches. There could be an upset here.
I'm excited to see it. So should we just get into it?
All right, yeah, let's
do
start
our
the
countdown.
challenge in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
Go.
go. And we're live.
Let's watch. And I think we can watch him get right into it.
Ooh, very nice. All right, so this is a challenge called Shop that I wrote, oh God, 3 months ago? Yeah, let's
Okay.
go 3 months ago and not a month ago.
Super fresh in your mind.
Super, oh, it's real, you know, I still think about it, never. It's a simple one, I'm not gonna lie, you know? It should be one of the faster matches, but it should still be interesting to see the way they approach it, because it is open-ended enough that there's more than just my intended solution.
Yeah, and you know, of course, with the time pressure and the environment, and these folks have been working hard on the DEF CON CTF Finals, so
absolutely.
they're under a lot of pressure, a lot of mental fatigue already, I'm guessing. So definitely, even the easiest problems can become hard.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we see Super Dice Code getting right into it, dropping it into IDA, starting to annotate, fill out the names of everything so they can really figure out what's going on.
Now, interestingly, Hype Boy, instead of dropping it directly into a decompiler,
Switch over to that.
well, okay, as I say that, but they were just interacting with it. They just wanted to see what the flow was before they even took a look at it, which honestly, that's usually my approach. If I know it's not like malware, in a CTF setting, I just run the thing and I'm like, okay, it prints here, let's step back from the first print and see if anything weird happens. Then I continue forward.
Yeah, you know, I find it's really interesting. There's really a lot of different opinions on how to go about it. Some people like to go completely static until they have an idea of what the bug is, and some people just want to jump in and start interacting with it.
The people that just look at a binary statically and get it, like just have a solution from it, I don't know how they have the stack layout in their mind like that. I try to remember an impulse of memory overflow.
Yeah.
Ha.
Some of my good friends, but yeah, me, I love dynamic analysis. I want to see it in a debugger. That's how I operate, and I think I already see a debugger popping open on one
Yeah,
side.
that's fast. Oh my gosh. Okay, so they're going through the interaction loop right now.
Okay,
At least over on Hype Boy they are.
Yeah, we're looking at Hype Boy, and
Let's see. So it's a shop interface. You can open accounts. You can look at shelves. You can log into an account.
this is a fairly standard format for a CTF problem, right? Where there's a menu and you've got different options, and each option sort of presents you a different functionality. And usually it's a combination of those functionalities that you use to leverage a bug, right? And exploit.
Yeah, whenever I see a menu pop up, my first thought is heap. And then if I don't see mallocs or anything in there, I'm just like, this author has no idea, you know?
Yeah, well, so the last challenge, for example, no menu. It was a straight stack buffer overflow. The bug was in parsing, and in this case, we're looking at a heap bug, and the menu is classic. Though I think that this one, it's not exactly your typical heap, right? Like usually there's like one setup, add, delete, print sort of thing.
Yeah.
It looked like there was a little bit more going on in this.
There's a little more going on. You have to do a little bit of heap manipulation to actually get things to line up where you want it. The gist of it, and actually Super Dice Code, just was in the win function here. So they already marked a condition as the win flag, which it's like an admin check kind of.
Okay, I was going to ask, was it labeled win function? Because I know some of these like faster challenges.
No, I think this is stripped. So they're working from nothing.
Gosh, and that is something that for me I really just love it when I see symbols in a binary.
Oh,
if it's
yeah.
stripped and you have to manually annotate what each variable is or function, it can be time consuming.
Yeah, allow me to be a shill for a second, but Binary Ninja just got auto var naming, so like, honestly, it's been kind of nice. I used to when I was testing one of your challenges, and it just sped it up.
That's a good point. And you know, one of the things that I'm interested to see here is that we've got amazing competitors with really all sorts of tools, but
Yeah.
I think that I've largely just been seeing IDA and debugger use and you know, Pwn tools for scripting, but
Yeah.
not a whole lot else. And I was curious what people might bring to these challenges, whether it's something like anger, symbolic execution, or
I'm
something
surprised
custom.
the Shellfish team didn't go for anger.
Right?
I'm thinking it's a second language for them, which it probably is, but IDA's their first language. Especially, I think it was Kylebot for Shellfish, so that doesn't surprise me. But
Yeah, but with a bug like this,
Progress.
what's your approach? So we've talked about, okay, so there's a menu, but you know, what's your approach for trying to find a bug when you see that menu? What are you looking for?
So when I see that menu, I want to look for like misuses. So passing to Realic, Malloc 0, you know, just like an unchecked free, especially in custom memory implementations. That's a really big one. So those are the first step, and then I go through, I annotate structures. I want to see like, is it going to be a fast spin thing? Is it going to be a Tcache
Right.
thing? Like, because if it's a Tcache thing, you know, it's ABC, it's like a formula. So I'm looking to see kind of what the allocated chunks would be, how they can push each other around, if I have any likely like, or if I have an override, like how far in metadata can I get, etc.
Yeah, and so you brought up fastspin, Tcache. I think that it's really important for a lot of folks who are newer to this that you can get a challenge like this, and maybe you don't know those techniques, and it can be really intimidating. But
Yeah.
a lot of the time, it is more procedural, I think, than people make it. Once you understand the bug primitive, like what does this really give you or allow you to do that you shouldn't be able to do, from there, as you said, you could say, oh, well, this is playing into, you know,
Yeah.
using a Tcache based technique or something similar.
Really, hacking is just that. It's building on, you know, baby steps of knowledge and kind of inching closer to your goal. And that's, you know, hackers are notorious for, you know, having code that works, but it's built on a pile of hacks. Like, but that's kind of a thought process you pick up, is you make tiny steps towards the eventual goal.
Yeah, so let's take a look at, let's switch over to Hypeboy here. So what are we seeing on the, what does it look like they're doing with their debugger over there?
Okay, so they actually just got double free in Tcache.
Oh,
Very
they're
nice.
making good progress.
Yeah, that's making great progress.
It's quite fast.
I think it's making great progress. I don't remember the solution right now. It sounds really familiar. But
Well, I can see, it looks like they're using Jeff as their GDB init script, and it looks like they've got a heap helper that they're using, right? To tell them what they've got.
oh, and those can be invaluable. I used that when developing this challenge,
Yeah.
and it was just so nice helping figure out what the layout was. I used Pwnedebug, but I used to use Jeff. Both of them are fantastic. Used to use Pedo way before that.
Yep.
Let's see. So they're going through, they're figuring out there's a max number of users. No. Oh, they're just figuring out that users is a linked list. Okay. So going through, figuring out how they get to the double free. And there's a common technique. There's a way to avoid detecting Tcache double frees. And that's to free something in between. You know, it's dumb. But glibc is itself. So let's see, setting breakpoints in, I shouldn't have stripped this, it makes it hard to commentate. Oh, it looks like they're setting breakpoints in the checkout.
Though I will say, it may not be easy to tell from the streams, but these folks are extremely fast.
Oh, they're crazy fast.
They are annotating as they're going, and they're typing so fast. If we had them on the stream, you know, it's just,
Oh, it's wild.
it's crazy.
You see the people.
They're so fast.
Yeah. And you think one person is going fast, and the other person just suddenly jumps like 5 steps ahead of them. It was last match, I think, or no, 2 matches ago, where someone was building a ROP chain before the other guy even started. Other guy just knocked one out immediately. Guy was still debugging. The first guy was still debugging us. He's like, oh my God, I can't believe it. When you're in these high pressure, race situations, your thinking just goes all over the place. Your heart rate's up. You're thinking like, oh, how far is he? Did he find something I didn't? Like, he's been paused for kind of a long time. I was just watching his script run. Like, so many things going through your mind.
Yeah, I really feel like it's stops and starts. Like you will be, okay, I see what I need to do here, get there, and then you need to stop and think and explore what's the next step. And then, especially at this level, once they know what that next step is, they're off to the races.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just bang, 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 and then, okay, what's the next thing that they have to figure out?
Getting from point A to B is something they've done thousands of times.
Yeah, there really is a lot of practice. In fact, before we went live on the stream, on the last one, I saw one of the competitors popping open a challenge binary from a year past or something, and practicing right before they went into the
getting
match.
his APM up. Oh my God!
You can't. There's so much work that goes into building the knowledge and the reflexes that these competitors have.
Oh yeah, and just kind of the sixth sense you get for it. Like something sticks out to you that looks totally mundane, and you don't know why.
Yeah, I think that's something that I hear from pretty much every really seasoned CTF player or vulnerability researcher is, this looks wrong. There's something wrong here. I may not be able to tell you yet what it is, but I know something's wrong. Let's pop over to Super Dice Code. Now they're still going through labeling a lot of this stuff. It looked like they had a little bit more progress than the last time we were looking at them.
Okay, so it looks like they're looking for overflowing a field in the password entry.
So they've annotated in the comments some field offsets is what it looked like, or maybe sizes, and now they're typing out the structs.
Okay, nice. Oh yeah, they just pulled it into
pulled out the
Sublime.
decompilation, and now they're interesting.
So this is a big step of the process, is just figuring out what the structs are.
Yeah.
Because when it comes down to it, if you don't know that, you're going to be staring at I plus 18, and you're going to be thinking like, which one was that again?
Yeah, this is a lot of the behind the scenes work with reverse engineering that I think if you're an old hand at it, if you're a veteran, like there is a lot of that work that you need to do in order to really understand what's going on and have a sense. And usually that's not a fast process, especially if you've got a stripped binary or a really large binary.
Yeah.
And so it's really interesting with these speed matches. You don't want to be spending time annotating, but you kind of have to in order to understand it.
Absolutely. It's cost benefit. It's, you know, retaining knowledge in the binary versus you losing time for it.
Right. I just saw him checking out that admin check function,
Yeah,
which I'm sure is going to be...
well, it only lets the best admins through, so it's
right.
infallible, obviously. You shouldn't even look at it.
And I'm noticing here, it's interesting that they're flipping back and forth between the disassembly and the graph view and the decompilation.
Yeah, going in graph view, it's really nice to see kind of interaction loops and switch cases laid out in front of you and see if there are any complex paths it can take.
Yeah.
And then linear is just nice.
True. I don't know about you, but for decompilation, I want it linear, but when I'm looking at assembly, I want it in graph view. And I mean, I learned to RE on disassembly and graph view, so that's very comfortable for me. I know some people are linear disassembly all the way.
I like linear because that's how I learned to write assembly, in a file. Mm-hmm. So that's how I read it.
Yeah, and I think that, we were just talking about how much time you have to spend REing or annotating. One of the things that I was taught, and I pass on to anybody that I teach about reverse engineering, is you really want to spend as little time as possible annotating or like diving into what does this function do, unless you're absolutely certain that that's an important function. Because especially in a match like this,
oh my gosh,
like imagine there's this function that doesn't really do anything.
The rabbit holes.
Yeah, the rabbit holes.
how many times have you like just gotten dragged into like an optimized stir comp function or like something that's so obvious when you look at it, when you look back at it.
Right.
But when you're in there, you're just like, oh, this moves so much memory around, like it has to be doing something weird. There's an offset missing? No. It's totally fine.
Yeah, and that's something where having the experience, the reps, understanding common algorithms and what they look like in the decompiler or in the graph, disassembly graph view can really pay off, because I've been there, and I'm sure you have, or been there working with a team member where they pop open a function and it's stripped or whatever, and they just look at it and go, yep, that's quicksort, or oh, that's this hash function. I don't even need to read it.
No, I feel like everyone competing here has been on both sides of that.
Yeah.
Where you're looking at it and you're like, I have no idea what this is doing, and it's like, no, that's just bubble sort. Yeah. Or, you're looking at some algorithm on someone else's screen, just like from across the room while you're waiting for Z3 to finish sometime, and you're just like, oh, you're looking at like Winston Churchill's algorithms. I couldn't think of one.
Classic. I love Winston Churchill's algorithms. It's my favorite.
One of the computers of all time.
Yeah. Little known. Okay, and so on the Super Dice Code, we see that their exploit script starting to take some shape here. They're starting to put the entries from the menu into the script itself, which to me gives an indication that they've got an idea what they're doing.
Are they breaking inside of Malik?
I see read.
Yeah, well at the very, yeah, they have some breakpoints inside of libc Malik.
Oh, do you think that they're, maybe they have a watch point or something that prints out? Oh yeah, it looks like it's printing out the pointer and the size for a Malik, which is very smart, especially if you don't have one of those heap introspection tools. It sort of lays it out for you.
Yeah. Well, this also just sees, because you could have the heap layout in front of you, but you don't know the previous state of it. This kind of helps you figure out, oh, I need to move this allocation later.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm sure that the tension is just mounting, and when you have to do that sort of thing and instrument Malik, that's tough. All right, let's take a look at Hype Boy.
Yeah, Hype Boy. It looks like they're making some progress on their exploit. They have, once we see it, they have interaction wrappers. No, they don't. They just have commands they're sending raw. Send after.
Looks like they've tried a few things based on what I'm seeing commented and uncommented.
Oh yeah, and they're, what is that? Creating a user. 2.0 is add an item to cart, I think. Then they log out.
Okay, that's sounding like they're moving towards the solution.
It sounds like they figured something. Oh, and look, they're laying out the chunks and the sizes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. And you see them counting with the mouse. Oh, I love that. I do that.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but it's often the case for me where I will be trying so many things out in a script that by the end of it, it's like 3/4 is junk that I never went down a rabbit hole. Nope, that's not what I want to do, and just commented it out. And then there's like 5 lines of actual work.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, you have to do the work to get the final result. You can't just sit down and have a solution to this. You need to work on it. And we see them going through it really fast.
Yeah, so fast, just flipping through screens. They have this understanding in their head of the shape of this and what they're trying to do, and you can see them moving between IDA and their terminal and debugger.
So it looks like Hype Boy hasn't defined a user struct yet. So I don't know if they're just writing it off or if they've been other places. Or maybe they just didn't assign it in that case.
Well, as we were saying, it takes time to build struct annotations, and depending on what you're used to doing, maybe they just felt like they didn't have time for it.
True, maybe they don't need to.
If we take a look on the Super Dice Code side here, I think I just saw a double free or a T-cache issue, so I feel like they're making progress too.
Okay, very nice. Yeah, because they took kind of different approaches, it doesn't surprise me that Hype Boy got the first T-cache free, or T-cache double free, because it looks like Super Dice Code has way more marked up.
I noticed that, yeah, as they were going on, they were consistently just annotating. And yep, we can see they're using Pwn debug and getting the heap helper to lay out what's going on.
Yeah, it may not look it, but these are like two very different approaches. Hypoi going highly dynamic, Super Dice Code going methodical, well, they're both methodical, but going static and then running, figuring out if his assertions hold.
Right.
And then going back and taking some more.
And I just saw, I don't know if we've seen CheckSec yet, but I can't remember what the mitigations were on this because that could really shape. Well, it's a heap exploit.
No, this has like full Relro, it has Pi.
Okay.
This has canaries.
This isn't, if I recall, this is more of a figure out how to do a precise corruption and you win rather than having to do a full,
this is
drop or.
Yeah. So once you get, some right primitive, well, no, I don't think it has Pi. I don't remember. But anyway, once you get a controlled right, you overwrite the admin flag and win. There is a win function there that admins get through. Which of course they'll never be able to do because they're not admins. So once again,
not yet.
Yeah, don't know why they're there. It's crazy.
Just a matter of time, I'm sure.
Yeah, but I'm surprised there's been no CheckSec.
Okay.
I guess they just haven't found anything to warrant it.
Right. Well, if it is a heap bug, then your first question probably is like, what's the bug, right?
Yeah.
Not an admin, so we see them poking at that, seeing the system call right there. They know they want to get there.
Yeah.
So yep. Now they're starting to figure out, okay, what do I need to change to get there?
Got it. Oh yeah, and they're not even calling names, they're calling them chunks. They don't care what they are, they just care about the memory they use.
Right.
Alright.
Yep, okay, so we see that they've got on one side, they've used their debugger to instrument the malloc and free calls, see exactly which pointers are getting allocated when, as they're interacting with it, and that's very fast. They've got it in their head.
Really fast.
Yep. This command is going to malloc and free mount.
Uh-huh.
So I feel like they're getting closer and closer. All right, error removing item.
All right.
Man, they're moving so fast. All right.
Yeah, let's hop back over to Hypoi. And they're making good progress. Looks like they've created a second user. And we'll see what else they did once they go back to their script there. We have to be faster reading because they know these scripts really well and we have to keep track of two of them that they're writing.
Yeah, and so this is, I think it's funny, this is sort of the tense time when, okay, it's not a quick solve, it's starting to drag on a little bit. Like you said, there's kind of a morale aspect, but there's also hints, right? There's two hints.
I think they're at, what are they, 25 and 40 minutes?
20, 35, something like that.
Yeah.
So they're probably, I don't know how long we've been going here, probably right about on the first hint or so, as far as timing. And it's up to the challenge authors to figure out what is the hint that we should provide to really give them a little bit of a breakthrough, and then that second hint should really be all right, you got what, like 10 minutes left, so it should really pretty much lay it out there for them. That second hint.
Does. It does. Yeah, the first hint, not very helpful. It's a nudge. It's a nudge in the right direction. The second hint is shooting them out of a cannon in the right direction.
Yeah. Sometimes you need that.
Sometimes, yeah. If you get to second hint, which, to be fair, these aren't the easiest challenges in the world. Like, these aren't your CTF 50-point challenges.
Yeah, and I think that's really important to mention here, is that we sort of categorize these as easy because we want the challengers to be able to solve them. Yeah. We want it to be more of a speed competition, but it is always hard to know exactly what's the exact difficulty level to get right. And
it's really hard to judge that when you have teams from all over the world with different specialties, different members every year, and they're the best in the world. They're at DEF CON Finals.
Right. Yeah. So in going back to the hints real quick, I remember on the first challenge, there was we were in that moment where it was a little tense. How long is it going to take to get to a solve here?
Yeah.
And so the first hint went out, and I'm pretty sure they looked at the hint, looked at us, and they were like, all right, I already knew that. Like, let me get back to hacking. Why are you distracting me, you know?
Yeah. Actually, I think the first challenge was pretty long, right?
So on the first challenge, now remember, we're doing 2 matches, 2 head-to-head matches,
Yeah.
right? And on the first challenge, the sort of other
Right.
match finished very quickly. So we're announcing one match, and then the other match is you can see one stream of each player, and those players solved it quite quickly, at least
Yes.
10 or 15 minutes faster. And I think that on that, it was really somebody noticed a detail that the challenge author left in that made it easier that I think everybody else missed.
Okay. Yeah, at the end of the first challenge, I was building if it goes long, we have a sudden death challenge, and I was building it, ready to deploy it.
Yeah.
But right as I finished building it, I was about to ping people that, hey, we need to go sudden death. They got this all.
Yeah, it was
So-
it was a tense moment over here at the LiveCTF
Oh,
HQ.
yeah. I'm really hoping we won't go into sudden death here. Of
Yeah.
course, because it's my challenge, I want them to solve it.
Sure.
But I want to give them some closure on the challenge.
Right? Oh, I know. I think I saw at least one competitor who they just wanted to finish. You know.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't win, but they wanted to
Yeah,
finish.
they asked, can I stay around and just
Yep.
please debug my ROP chain?
Yeah.
Like, why didn't it work?
Yeah. So let's reassess where we've got
let's
super
go
dice
through
code
here.
and see what we're
It
working
looks
with.
like Super Dice
Okay.
Code is breaking on the admin check or wants to.
Setting some breakpoints in their
Oh
exploit
no,
script.
there's calm.
Yeah. Oh, they look like they're on their way. Username
Alright.
and password, single
So they have a
stepping.
choice. They have a different pwn bag layout than I do, and it's kind of messing with my.
Yeah, and they're
Yeah.
very fast, right? So
Yeah.
I'm used to looking at Jeff, and it's just a little bit different layout.
Yeah, we have the screens on the wrong side. I have the Jeff screen, and you have pwn bag.
Oh, you want to switch seats?
No, I'm good. Let's see.
Definitely looking at that login.
Going through Super Dice Code is annotating everything they can. They're getting a good understanding of the program, even if the bug hasn't immediately jumped out at them. By the time they reach that intersection of their 2 kind of growing ends of knowledge,
Right.
something will click.
Yeah, and that's as you said, the differing approaches, and I tend to be more of I want dynamic analysis, but I really just want it so I can enrich my static, so I have a real understanding or a guarantee that what I'm looking at is what I think it is.
Yeah.
Because if I try to do it all statically, there's a lot of question marks in my variable
Oh,
names.
so many. Well, you can see on Super Dice Code they have 8 what? Like they have 16
Yep.
password, 8 what?
Yep.
There are so many times I just call something like underscore maybe or underscore maybe not.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Offset 8 thing.
Yeah.
thing,
IDK.
other thing.
LOL.
I'm pretty sure I saw LOL go down in a comment somewhere.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Double free detected.
All right. So they have double free. Need to figure out how to bypass that check.
And I think you can almost feel it in the pace that they're going. That they feel like they're onto something.
They feel like they're close.
Mm-hmm. See the Tcache chain there.
Comp Rex -1,000 pence. That's an instruction. Okay, I don't know that one. I didn't write it. Oh, it was in read. That would explain it. I did not, in fact, write libc. Believe it or not, I did
You're
not.
not the author?
No, sorry, I'm
Oh,
not John libc.
We'll have to see if we can get them on next time.
Yeah.
So they're definitely
Oh, so it looks like over on
moving over to
Hype
Hype Boy.
they have just kind of highlighted Realic as a point of interest, which may or may not be a point of interest, but they're breaking on it. And there we go.
So for Realic, when you're looking at a Realic in the context of a challenge like this, what specifically are you looking for?
I mean, Realic is such a specific thing. like going through it, it's usually totally fine. If someone calculates a size wrong, or they increment list size, like size T, and then realloc for it, and you have like a leak at the end of it. You know, just basic things like that, where you kind of do things out of order. Also, if you pass 0 to realloc, fun fact, it's free.
That's what I was gonna highlight.
Yeah. And
So
that might be relevant.
Yep. So, especially, realloc is always relevant if you can get a mismatch between the size value going into realloc and the size of the field as the rest, you know, the object itself or how it's being interacted with. But also, if you can get that value to be 0 somehow, your realloc becomes a free. And I am guessing that, you know, if that's the case, you have to be real careful as a C author with that.
Oh yeah, you got to be real careful. Otherwise, you know, you might end up with Tcash double free, and you know, no one wants that, especially these players.
Oh, I think that they do want it.
Nah, that's not how the program's supposed to work. This is a nice little family-run shop program, and they're just in here, just destroying the heap.
and I think I saw some, but yeah, I mean, nice shot, but I think I saw some eggs in there, and I'm just waiting for the shell code, you know.
Oh wait, they're adding eggs?
No.
Oh.
One of the items in the shop. If I recall.
Shell. Jeez.
Yep, I went there.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm so like trying to figure out, you know, where they are in this, because it is part of the solution to put eggs in your cards.
Look, we're simple people here
Yeah,
at LiveCTF. We enjoy our dad jokes. You know, the in-jokes in the CTF community. Oh, I saw somebody looking at the rules page. Maybe
they're connecting to a
is
remote instance. Oh, they got a shell.
Oh, we might be looking at
Hype Boy. Yeah, Hype Boy got shell. They submitted. Hype Boy won. Oh my god.
Hype Boy wins?
And they have a cute cat in their taskbar. Congratulations,
Well
Hype
done.
Boy.
Well done.
How long was that match? Unknown.
Unknown.
It was a match.
What?
Oh, and they already turned off their stream. They're done.
Yeah, they're.
So they're over there shaking hands. Everyone's been fantastic sports. You know, it's been all smiles. No one's, you know, salty about this. It's a fun competition. People respect each other here. Everyone knows you've earned your place here.
Yeah, I think I've seen disappointment, sure, but you know, shaking hands. I think everybody respects each other. Everybody knows that if you're here, you have made it, and these challenges are hard, if for no other reason than just the environment that it's in. All of these players have already been playing in, you know, the Olympics of hacking.
Yeah.
So to come and play this sprint on the side of it, in the middle of a marathon, if you will, is tough.
Well, that was another match from us. It was a pleasure casting with you.
Yep.
I'm glad they solved
Great
it.
working with you, Josh.
Yeah.
And good job on the challenge. I think
Thank you.
That was appropriately difficult. It was tense there for a bit, but I'm glad that we got to see it solved.
That was my nicest challenge. The other ones are mean.
Wow.
So we'll see how those go later. But it's been fun casting. It was a good match. Thank you all for joining. And we'll be back with another match shortly.
Yep. See you soon.
All right, take care. Hello and welcome back to LiveCTF. I'm Josh, aka Negasora, coming back for another cast back-to-back, and I'm joined by...
Gamoza. Hello, it's good to be here. I'm super excited to be doing this live. Last year I did this, I think, over Discord with like a 60-second delay, and that made it a little awkward because I was commentating on things that had happened in the past.
Yeah,
so
delay CTF doesn't really have the same ring to it.
No, it definitely doesn't. So I'm super excited for this. So who do we got going up here? We've got Straw Hat versus Orga Kraut.
It's
Orga Kraut.
Organizers and Sour Cloud, maybe?
Okay, all right.
They're a merger team.
Making a big team.
They both are.
Because they got rid of team size caps or something recently at DEF CON?
Oh, I don't know actually.
Because I remember like everyone started joining and making these like bigger and bigger teams, which is just kind of interesting to see.
Yeah.
So.
Well, Shellfish, I don't know if they've ever had a real cap because Shellfish has had hundreds of people, it feels like.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. All right. Well, I think everyone's ready, right?
Yeah? You want to go over and give it a countdown?
Ooh, a 5 or a 3?
Let's give it a 5.
We'll give it a 5?
Yeah, you know, really ramp it up.
All right, let's get ready in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Go.
All right, let's see what we
All
got.
right. So we're first over at Orga Kraut. They are downloading the challenge. Classic first step.
Okay, ooh, I like this. We've got the anime background here, which I love to see. Does anyone know this character? I guess not character, this anime. Ooh, right into Ida. No binary ninja here.
No Binja. We haven't seen Binja. We haven't seen Ghidra.
Okay.
Only Ida so far.
I'm gonna pull up YouTube chat right now, so
yeah, that's a great.
that way I can interact with people and see what they're saying. Let's see.
What are you, Pwn Tools?
Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. So immediately, kind of going into here, I've got Straw Hat right in front of me here.
Yeah.
And
so let's see.
Oh, interesting. It has an Ubuntu VM setup. It seems like everyone seems to like MacBooks. Is that like a common thing?
It's pretty common. I'm one of the holdouts for the Linux laptop. And honestly, it's saving this broadcast because the info's running on it now.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. Let me see. I'm grabbing the YouTube link.
All right, so they're going into IDA and they immediately go into docs. POSIX Open PT.
It's interesting. I definitely find myself opening the man pages in a browser way more than I probably should when I'm on a system that has man pages in the terminal.
Absolutely.
But
I don't know why, it just feels nicer.
Check sec. What is that?
Check sec. So it prints common protections.
Okay.
So Pi,
I see.
Relro,
I see.
NX.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. The command line one used to have a really bad bug where it would report incorrect values.
Oh,
yeah.
So that's very useless.
So it was useless. It was just actually harmful sometimes. But then I think that's been fixed because it matches up with my like GDB output every time.
Yeah. All right, I have the chat up now.
Very nice. You want to put it somewhere?
Sure.
Here in the middle.
Put it right in
my
the center.
My eyesight isn't that good.
Yeah.
You know, the glasses are deceiving.
All right, so TTY iOctal. All right, I haven't looked much at the challenge. I was too busy on my phone.
Yeah, so the name of the challenge is iOctal or IO Control, maybe.
Ooh.
It is from a series of challenges from Glenn.
Okay.
Who's notorious for cursed challenges.
Ah.
In the past, there have been torque engine challenges. There have been, what is it? Rock with weird instructions only. With, Nopme maybe was one where it's like you have to use, like jump into the middle of Nops.
Yeah, let's check in on Orga Kraut. What are they up to right now?
Yeah, Orga Kraut.
It looks like
Stack
Stack Overflow, which is never a
Superman
great sign.
page.
Yeah. Let's see. I did see that ChatGPT was open on the Straw Hat side. Yeah, it's the very first tap. So we might see some AI going on.
Honestly, in the hierarchy, I'd put man page, Stack Overflow, ChatGPT. But obviously, it's upside down, so ChatGPT is the move.
Now, let's see. I think we're both on the same website. We're both looking at man7.org. So it just seems like this is the way to do man pages on Mac OS. I guess, does Mac OS not have man pages? Is that not a thing?
No, it has man pages, but this is a very Linux-specific challenge.
Okay.
So I don't know if they transfer over. I don't know if the options are different.
Oh,
I don't know.
yeah.
Like, we're going to be learning this challenge with y'all, with them.
Yep.
We didn't write this. We haven't looked at it.
No, we're basically solving this at the same time. Interesting. Just a lot of Googling right now.
It's only I'm curious if the challenge is just a simple like ioctal call and you need to get the args right or something. We haven't seen anyone really keep a disassembler decompiler open for more than 2 seconds.
Straw Hat is typing out Python. We do have our
Straw Hat is
first.
typing Python.
We have from Pwn import star. So
From
we're
Pwn-
getting ready to
they
just
got
get everything going.
everything they need.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know. I'm always really afraid to import star. I'm always afraid that's just going to make a mess of.
It's super frowned
Do you
on.
call it a namespace in Python? Is that the correct
It's
term?
a module.
A module?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing is namespace Python. It's only global.
Everything's global.
I
The
just-
locks are global. You
Oh
get,
my
you know.
God. Not for long. There's that.
I saw that.
Almost a PR that removes the GIL.
Is that going to be like when, what was it, OpenBSD removed their global lock? Every time you made a syscall, there'd be a global lock, and they removed that and immediately erased conditions on like every single
No,
syscall.
what?
Yep.
You're telling me the processes are hard?
It's very difficult, especially when you have an OS designed for single-threaded stuff.
What would you know about highly parallel processing?
Interesting. So we're really just deep. Both are just in the
They're
deep
just deep
man
in
pages.
docs. I think they're on the same page right now. Straw Hat over there reading something very closely.
Yeah.
And actually, Orgakraut over here. Okay, well, as I say it, Orgakraut creating a C script to try and figure out what ioctal does.
Oh yeah. Okay. So gotta launching the process, going interactive, and I think that's something we see a lot when we're doing CTF stuff. People love dropping into that interactive prompt, so they can just start banging out things, trying out stuff. And let's see, do we have the first challenge running here?
That's one of the big differences in approaches we saw last challenge even, was one team went completely static and they
Really?
labeled so many things before even interacting with the one team.
No
the
way.
other team was in GDB breaking on every
Yeah.
option.
Yep.
And they were really close to one another.
The receive until main is okay.
Not using read until wrapper.
Oh, I see. Is this an info disclosure? Just right on the command line, it just tells you where main is
Oh, yeah.
and where argc is?
Yeah, it is.
That's great. Why don't my Chrome exploits tell me that? That would be really convenient.
Because Chrome lost track of it too. It has so much memory to keep track of.
I guess.
Yeah.
That's true.
What do you want is the question here.
It's
we can maybe read some. Okay.
oh no, code's gone again. Code's gone again. Jeez. All right, and then
Oh
over
my God.
here,
Yeah,
what are we
over
writing?
here at Orgakraut,
Orgakraut.
they are X-addering.
This is a really fancy
they're
terminal.
using Pwn template.
Pwn template.
It kind of creates a little working directory for you with like Pwn tools and pipenv, and it makes like
Okay.
a Pwn tool skeleton and stuff like that. I personally don't use it, but the last time I looked at it was kind of simple.
Is that an emoji
useful.
on that terminal there?
Yeah, they have a snake emoji and a little steering wheel for like in Docker maybe, like the
Okay.
ship wheel.
Huh.
Yeah.
All right. That's pretty fair. So here we're just basically parsing out all of the printouts that you're getting, and
Okay.
it hasn't been much reading of code, which is interesting.
No.
That's honestly the approach that I normally go for, is just banging out immediately going into dynamic stuff.
From what I saw there for a second, it looks like you just get an ioctal call with args that you specify.
Yeah. Which would be pretty slick, but I don't know what sort of things you can do. Is it on a TTY? I didn't actually see what files being opened. We're switching between these screens so fast. Too many arguments. Okay. Ooh, so it looks like,
variable arg.
yeah, I think you get to pick.
Oh.
So I think I saw like a zero arg where you have, the ioctal number, and then looks like 2, 3, and 4, and it will prompt you, I guess, for the ioctal code. So that's interesting. We're actually writing a function here to properly do these ioctals, which is pretty fancy.
Yeah, does it allocate a VTTY? What?
I didn't actually see what it opened. I've only seen it for like a split second.
Yeah, can I get a nod or a head shake? Huh?
A PTY, okay.
Okay, we get a PTY.
Is it dev PTY?
Dev PTY 3.
PTY 3, okay. Now, my favorite thing is PTMX, which I think is what basically everyone uses when they're doing their basic Linux exploits. For some reason, I can't remember what it was about the shape of that like data structure that it allocates. It's just very convenient for using in your exploits and overriding the like dispatch handles. Maybe it's just because it's really easy to get access to. On like Android, I think it has no permissions required.
I haven't done Android exploitation. So.
This is so fancy. Look at this.
Right? It's
This
really
is-
colorful. I like it.
I'm really impressed that we're seeing a function.
Oh, here we go. Orga Kraut, scrolling through IDA, we see the
Okay.
POSIX Open PT.
There we go.
258. Unknown what enum value that is.
Huh.
Okay, info leak, and then
Oh,
it just
it looks like we're
going
gonna
to
get that man page for this. Compromised password, that's not a good sign. They better get that fixed.
Yeah, they have to.
Yeah.
It prints that when you start the challenge.
All right, so it looks like you give it, some flags. Okay, so it's probably, I'm guessing it's gonna be like read write or something like
Yeah.
that. PTY
I'm wondering if you
ioctal.
can maybe like corrupt a value in that struct.
Yeah,
PTY
that's
struct.
kind of interesting. I'm trying to think if like,
Look at the ads on this page.
oh, this is great.
We
That's
found
everything.
the CTF player that doesn't run ad blocker.
Yeah, well, how does that work? It's just,
I don't know, they just scrolled in really menacingly.
I mean, I guess maybe.
This docstore.mic.ua.
What is this? Are we just like
We're on
reading
all
a
the
book
doc
on
sites.
how ioctals work?
I guess so.
That's pretty good.
We're
Maybe-
gonna walk away from this with so much knowledge.
I like Straw Hat. Straw Hat's doing exactly the approach that I would do, which is going into user include, grepping for the thing, trying to find exactly how these are made. And this is literally exactly how I do it. Anytime I want to figure out what does that code actually turn into, is this. And the reason that's so complex is those IO codes are all like macro based. So I think that's an IO. It's an IOW, so the fact that it's a write ioctal, the T is like the special code that they're going to use, probably stands for TTY in this case, and then it also has an int, which is the arg, and in that macro it's going to use size of, and it like, basically the IO control code has like the T in there, which is like a magic identifier, some flags about if it's read, write, or whatever, and then the size of the args, and I forget what the 31 hex is. That's kind of interesting. Oh, and here we have a standard printf where you're just going for the %X. I think we're just ignoring that warning
He's
now.
working in an isolated environment, just trying to figure out what it does. What does it transform? What can I touch? You know, he obviously knows all the addresses that were leaked in his own code.
Right.
So it's essentially, he's rewriting the challenge to try and figure out what it can do.
Context log level debug, do you know what that does?
Yeah, Pwn Tools, that prints like every transmit, every receive, the sizes of things.
Okay, do you get like a hex printout when they run? Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, it looks like we have to find some way to do corruption on our own process using just these like TTY octal codes.
Yeah.
And I think, I could be really wrong on this, I think ioctals are hierarchical, where like you can have some generic like TTY ones, but then beyond that you can have pseudo TTY ones, and they kind of like build on top of each other. Because I think a pseudo TTY like inherits TTY. I could be very wrong about that.
I have no idea. That's more than I knew about.
It's been a long time since I've read advanced programming in the Unix environment, that's for sure.
I think it never did.
Yeah. But this is kind of fun. I really do like this as a challenge. Looking for, get it. There's a getter for the window size, a setter for the window size. And it looks like, if you called that getter, it's going to probably fill out that structure where you get rows, columns, X pixels and Y pixels. And, you know, it'd be kind of cool if we could see someone go after that, maybe use some weird X command to like force the terminal to some weird size and then write some shellcode with the window size.
I'm wondering if PTYs have a maximum size up there that
I have no
isn't
idea.
checked.
Like, can you just have it go way off the screen, or you know?
I assume you can.
I'm sure there's a better way to get like arbitrary outputs.
Oh yeah.
TIO. I don't know if we're limited to the IO control code that we have. And let's check in on Orga Kraut. Let's see what they're doing.
Yeah. Okay. So Orga Kraut going through. They're going to try every ioctal. They're going to run this thing with every ioctal.
Now that's what we call fuzzing here. That is an
is
advanced
fuzzing.
security technique, and that's a really good way to find bugs. So I think this is an interesting approach. Now we have, it looks like no functions here. We're doing a wow. So I guess we're just gonna blast ioctals
we're gonna go through everything.
until we get a result. Now
I really hope they don't run out of FDs.
I will say, from Python, it's going to be really hard to enumerate all 4 billion combinations. And the IO control codes are pretty well spaced because some of those like read-write flags are spaced in just weird ways. So I've done this before. I've brute forced IO control codes, but if you really want to do that, the best way to do it is to enumerate, like understand basically how the control code is packed, and then like do reasonable numbers. Like I think the size might be the bottom 16 bits, and none of these are going to really reasonably take more than like a 64-byte structure. So you could really reduce the state space that you have to search. That's just going to be a lot of iterations.
I don't know if he has time to write that.
That's true. That's true. Unless you just have that sitting around. And yeah, we do have control of the ioctal number. I don't think there's any filter. I think this is purely. It looks like you just have an ARB number and ARB args on a PTY, and you just have to. And you just have to find a way to make that work. And I think that's probably not going to be too bad. It looks like. Oh, we're naming stuff over here on Straw Hat. We're actually doing some IDA stuff. Yeah, like actual reversing, which is kind of interesting. I mean, honestly, I'd say this is pretty readable. Like that shows me basically everything I need to know.
When 70% of your output is strings,
yeah,
I think I know what's going on.
Yeah. So that's cool. So it looks like you get the hexadecimal of where main is, where the stack is located, and now you're just gonna, is that get window size? Oh, there we go. He just ran that, and I think that's...
Yeah, he just screws window to the right.
Yeah.
That's why he's running in 4-man's T-modes. So he can see the window changes.
Yeah, so he has gotten the IO control codes for set and get window size. And honestly, that makes sense, because you could just set the window size first using that, what was it, 4 ints or 4 shorts or something like that, and then just call get. And you'll just get the result at a different address. So I feel like that's a pretty good approach. Now, that does take a pointer to a structure, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think it takes multiple args. So like how would you how would you set the pointer to that structure that has the size of that TTY?
Well, you have the stack offset, and they allocate it right before, so I'd assume it's on top of the stack.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, you're right there. Do you have any good place on the stack where you can stash this?
They don't have any leak beyond that, though.
Right.
Like you can't read stack memory. Like outside of obviously the struct, because you know where it is, you have things to interact with it. So I'm curious to see where this goes.
This is really tough because you have to kind of make the decision early on when you're doing these CTFs. It's like, should we commit to this, like getting and setting the window size? Obviously, if we can put a pointer to control data, then we can change out we can set the window size, put a pointer to other data, and now we have just overwritten something with controlled data.
I'm curious if the input, like if input is done on the stack, you can push it down, maybe ioctal pointer to the stack, or is the pointer just set it there? Does it operate on top of the stack?
I don't actually know what that stack printout is. We print out at the very top.
Oh, so it just makes FD.
It's argca, which I don't know where that variable is on the stack.
If it just takes an FD, can't you FD standard in and make like a fake and ioctal struct via standard input?
I don't think you have control of the FD. For the ioctals?
Yeah, doesn't it ask you what FD you want?
I think it's only the...
I'm getting a thumbs up from the author.
It asks for the FD?
I'm on the right path.
Okay, all right. I see. Okay. Every single parameter is controlled. Nice.
Cool. Okay, so you do get the FD. So, yeah, I mean, Parliament of Ducks just got it on the other stream.
Wow,
that was fast.
That was quite fast. I'm curious what approach they did.
I'm thinking what it is you take FD0, you have standard in control, it operates on standard input ioctals, you send EOF after your fake struct via standard input, and maybe there are function pointers in there? I'm not really sure about the next part.
Do you have only ioctal?
It's one ioctal call, it looks like.
One ioctal call, okay. Let's see.
Yeah. Let's go back over to Orgakraut.
Yeah.
They've been in IDA too.
Okay. And they're using the dark scheme in IDA, which is interesting.
Thank you.
Every time I use the dark scheme in IDA, I kind of regret it because some things just don't look right, or the colors are off, or the highlighting's weird. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's gotten better or what. but I remember like a couple times, like you'd pop up a window, like just some weird, listing of, functions or something like that, and it would just be white, or it would not match the color scheme, and that would always just bleach your eyes.
Oh,
So-
it's painful. I cannot light theme. We have a couple of people in the office that light.
Yeah.
I can't. No.
I know it's better to read. I know it's like technically supposed to be better for your eyes and like your ability to like read the text, but I'm not convinced. I'm
I'll
a
take
dark
the extra
theme.
second for comfort.
Yeah. So what do we have over here? Is it still?
Okay.
Are we still doing the brute force of all the ioctals?
It looks like they have that in there, but they're working above it. So I wonder if they thought of another approach they want to try first.
Yeah. Yeah. Huh.
Oh, they got it for a second. Oh no, they're just trying to figure out how to run it. Looks like.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, this is tough. Yeah. Okay. You have 4 different ioctals, so you can do 0 arg, 1 arg, 2 arg, or 3 arg, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, this is really tough. Like, do you want to commit to doing the window size approach? Because obviously, I'm sure that's Turing complete. You can probably get your arbitrary corruption with that. But is that the best ioctal? Is that the easiest ioctal, or is there an easier one?
All of the octals are the best octal if they get you there.
Right, exactly.
Like this is a solve it first challenge.
Yeah, yeah.
You're not trying to get undetected. You're not trying to get minimal size.
Over here on Straw Hat, it looks like we're looking at a Stack Overflow on the responsibilities of each pseudo-terminal PTY component. And look at that, we had a diagram up there?
What?
That we are like, I think we're like
We're in the weeds.
learning how just PTYs work on Linux.
We're
which-
learning how to control I/O.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is interesting. Okay, we're getting more and more different C printouts here of basically what these IO control codes are, so we can go test them out,
I
see
do
how
like
they
that
go.
every time we come over here, their window is a little bit larger.
Yeah, yeah. Look at this.
Oh my-
Oracle Streams Programming Guide.
When you end up on an Oracle page, you know you're in.
Yeah, like whenever I end up on Oracle, I'm getting out immediately.
Oh yeah.
Oh, look at that, a struct.pack. Is this just the exploit right here?
No way.
Well, it's not, because that needs to be a pointer. That is the right structure. It is 4 shorts. But you will need to put 4 shorts somewhere in memory, know the address of it, and then give that address.
That's a lot of args too.
Right. And I haven't seen IDA enough to get the stack layout yet. So I
get a
don't
frame
know
of IDA every now and then.
because we know the stack address, we know where main is, and it's like, where can we store some things that are controlled over the network or something that we can end up writing out somewhere in memory, or I guess storing in the kernel first, then writing out to memory with a GET request.
It looks like you can do multiple output calls.
Yeah,
Because
yeah, it does
I
look like a
another.
loop. Yeah, which I think should make this quite easy. There's, I think, many of these, because a lot of these outputs are getters and setters, so you're just...
Yeah. You transform that struct on the stack. You
Right.
have known data, known address.
Right, exactly, yeah. Interesting.
Okay, so they're walking through. They have lots of negative ones.
Huh.
Looks like they're just making invalid calls right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's check in on OrgaCrowd, see what they're doing.
OrgaCrowd. They are making, it looks like an array of interesting ioctals.
Okay.
That they want to, or
Yep.
it might be that they're making a ioctal chain. I don't know.
Yeah.
Ioctalop.
Huh. This is going to be very
This
interesting.
is really interesting because
Have we
don't
have
know
we
if
gotten
they're
a
on the right
crash
route.
yet?
Have we
Ooh,
gotten, no.
there's the stack. Okay, FD number of args, and then I think 4 args.
Wow.
I think I got all those.
You're fast.
Yep.
Oh, FT number of args. Yeah.
Yeah.
Args.
So you should know where those args are. So if you were to just shoot, I don't know if it's okay if you have invalid ioctal. I imagine it will just silently ignore it and just go through again.
We saw that on Straw Hat. They were getting lots of negative 1 returns.
So I think what I would do is I would use like the 3 or the 4 arg version, because I think they're 64-bit ints. I don't know what they're doing for A2I or whatever that might limit the space of the ints. But you should be able to do 1 pass through using the full things. Who cares about the ioctal? Just let it fail. That will set up the args on the stack. and now you can come through and put a pointer to that, and now you have control data that you can write to some data you point to. Although you do have to dodge, you might have to put them further up the arg stack, because you need
if you use
the
one
first
that uses more
args.
arguments first, then you can go back and just clobber the bottom one.
Exactly, yeah. And that's, I think, the approach that I would take, but once again, I haven't seen much of the
Also,
IDA
again,
here.
you have args in known places.
Right.
Now what?
Right, yeah. So, I don't know, I think just a setter, put it in the kernel temporarily, and then get it back out into...
I'm sticking true to my standard input.
Yeah.
Standard
input.
Yeah. I'm sticking true to FD0, reading from FD0 for the ioctal.
But do you have access to a read? Can you do a read through an ioctal?
Oh, well, no, because it just asks for an FD. It doesn't check if, no. Because the FD's on the PTY.
Yeah, but you only have the ioctal syscall, so how would you get that to do a read? Like, is there a way to cause a read from standard in or whatever through an ioctal? Or am I misunderstanding?
Well, I wonder if it's, can you buffer standard input maybe? Send the ioctal to FD0. It doesn't prompt for input, but it reads the buffer data. Like, you can buffer it in the choice input.
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
hard.
Yeah, okay, and looks like we're adding more libraries here.
Adding more?
Oh, you know what? We just got file control, which I think we're going to literally write the example out so we can try out how does this actually work. Like, assuming we have full control, what kind of FD number are we going to get? Now, that's going to be FD3, of course, because 0, 1, and 2 are allocated to your standard ins and outs. And so he's going to print out
I'm really
a 3.
hoping he doesn't have a helper in this terminal. They'll shove his FDs further down.
Yeah.
Like, it automatically allocates more.
And then, okay, we're getting these values. Yep, and this makes sense. You're going to get, we're going to pass a ref. So we're going to actually get the window size here. And this is really interesting. So it's kind of dangerous, in my opinion, to keep going in and out of Vim. Like, I'd probably pull Vim up on another window because you're going to lose your history or your undo buffer here. And if you end up making a mistake, really?
Use an undo directory.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Vim 8 added that or whatever? I think I just disabled that immediately.
Oh,
so.
that's so nice.
But it adds a bunch of temporary files, and I hate that.
Put it in your user directory, or put it in something and cleaned up.
So much work. And,
oh my god, so much work. I've seen what you do on stream.
I keep my environment pretty default here.
Yeah, oh yeah. But it looks like these guys are using what works for them.
Yeah.
That happens to be 4 terminals kind of splayed out, and man7.com.
Yeah.
.org.
Man7.org,
Yeah.
I guess. Which you would think Ubuntu would have the Linux man pages.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
Oh, it has all of them.
Yeah, that's like...
Well, all of them for what you have, obviously.
So, that's kind of interesting. Chat, what do you say? Do you normally use in-terminal man pages, or do you end up on like a die.org or I guess man7.org? I guess that's what the cool kids use these days.
It's just the first one that comes up because it has man in the domain, I guess.
Yeah. SEO. Huh. That's pretty wild. I feel like we're kind of looking at the same thing. We're really committing to this getting and setting the window size.
Oh my gosh. And we're actually far enough in that the first hint has been released.
Okay. And we haven't seen what that hint is, have we?
We have.
Has anyone pulled up that hint?
They might need to be hinted at that there's a hint. If we're 20 minutes in.
Okay.
Okay.
Huh. I don't know. I think these approaches are pretty good. Ooh, and now we're doing strace. So now we're...
So Orgakraut.
Yeah, so Orgakraut has IDA open, and that was interesting in the non-pseudocode view. But yeah, it's literally just while read int, do another. Yeah, you say 0 or 1 if you want to read another. So you have an arbitrary amount of arbitrary ioctals, arbitrary FD, arbitrary IO control code, arbitrary args.
So it is actually ioctal-oriented programming.
Yeah. I think that's a great challenge. I don't think I've seen that before. It's just, it's brilliant.
That's Glenn's challenges, is he just comes up with weird ideas and makes them.
Yeah.
But they end up being really cool.
Huh. I like that. The other thing I was thinking about, which would be a fun challenge, is the, what's this syscall that always has bugs? It handles the like locks and stuff on Linux, the like super fast locks. Why am I blanking on it? Was it GeoHot's bug, like way back in the day, was on this syscall?
Sure.
Oh, geez. Oh, I forget what it is.
This is outside of my scope of knowledge. I'm not a historian.
Oh, it's like the fundamental way that you do like fast locks on Linux, where they're like you give it memory addresses and it will like alert you when they've changed, so you can come back and like try your atomic spin lock. But that whole API is like, I think Turing complete in the kernel.
Really?
Like you could, I'm pretty sure you could just give it straight up invalid addresses because it won't crash your program because the kernel will fail to access it. So that would allow you to just like try random things, or if you don't know an ASLR location, you probably could just jam things
really
in there.
nice.
And I think you can tell the kernel to like increment or decrement a value at an address, which is fantastic.
So you can do address-based brute forcing in
Yes,
the kernel.
yes.
I
So
love that.
I've wanted to
I'm gonna
see
use
that.
that.
I've wanted to see that in exploits. I've wanted to see it in just so many things. I think it's a really cool way of doing it. Futex, yes, Futex, exactly.
Futex.
Because Futex has a bunch of different operating modes.
Is it really buggy? I didn't know that.
Well, that's not even like the bug. It used to be pretty buggy. Like that, there was one really big Futex bug, and I think that's what. I think it was like a GeoHot bug way back in the day. But it's just a really complex. Immediately there's an enum of a bunch of different modes that you can hit in that. So, and this kind of reminds me of that same thing.
Yeah.
In fact, I think that would apply here. If you gave ioctl an invalid address, the kernel's gonna report back bad adder.
Yeah.
It's not gonna crash your program.
Yeah.
So if you need to make a couple of guesses, in this case, I don't know why you would. You
Yeah,
you
no.
have the
If
addresses you,
want a
care about.
libc leak, maybe?
But we're in read int. We're seeing what we get. It looks like an LX was the read int command, which means that you will get the full 64 bits. Oh,
That's interesting. The return code is 32.
on Straw Hat, they're adding hex to everything. I think they weren't using hex. And explicitly it's pulling it in as hex. And that really hurts.
This might be a bit of a breakthrough for
That I think that is a pretty big breakthrough.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah. Yeah.
Just goes to show no one knows how this works.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's really tough. That's the sort of thing that you get stuck on for a while. I think that's why he went into GCC to like try it out, and then it probably worked in GCC, and he's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
You can see like trying to do 4.1s. He got bad adder from the ioctl, and that makes sense. That totally makes sense. So it looks like we're probably on a pretty fast path now. I think Straw Hat should have a pretty direct route. You know where your args are. You know what you control on the stack. I mean, that IDA output is fantastic.
They have that going now. It's going to be smooth for them, whatever they want to do.
For sure. What do we got going on Orgakraut over here?
Orgakraut is looking at PTY docs. Okay,
I feel like we've almost had time to read through all of these docs by this point.
I feel like if you just take screenshots of every frame, you could see every ioctl doc.
Right.
Like you could have the full thing there.
Yeah.
Forget man7.org. Just pull up LiveCTF.
Right. This is wild. Oh, I think this is the...
TC send break. Okay, so he's just ringing through the TC send break.
Does that get you a right? Because I imagine you're going to need an arbitrary right.
Yeah.
And so you're kind of going to need some sort of a getter. I do like the window size because you have a setter and a getter. You can store stuff off. You can pick it and then write it to another place. I mean, basically it's memcopy, but through the kernel.
Is the argument for that UN16?
For the ioctl?
Yeah.
No, so all the arguments will be long. So they'll be 64-bit, and so it'll just be one arg, which is a pointer to a structure, and the structure is just 4 shorts that are packed in memory. I don't know what the shorts are. I think it's some pixel and column and size of the terminal sort of thing. But it looks like that's what we're committing to on Straw Hat. And Orgakraut, I think, is still trying to decide what ioctl they want to use.
They were reading the same exact thing, actually.
Huh.
They're thinking about the same approach.
Wow, and you get the ioctl return, so you could potentially use that if you needed to figure out some information from the kernel. I don't think that's necessary here. I think you can do this cleanly. I don't think you need anything to fail.
You can use it to verify that your arb right worked.
Which is great.
Yeah.
That it is great to have an oracle that stuff is going
But
well.
it does only return you in 32.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or I guess in 32 is the return code.
Right. Huh. Yeah, we'll see what we're gonna get here. Okay, we're doing some math. So we're subtracting main from the main of the relocated thing. This is gonna give us basically the slide, or whatever this like actual ASLR offset. And that's good information to have. I guess you'll need that because
Is there a win function maybe they're calculating?
I don't know if there's a win function. I don't know if they're just gonna go right to like a system
Oh, if they're writing like
call.
ESS or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Read 8. Okay, making
Read
just a
8.
clean function for read 8.
Okay.
ioctl 3 21,523. No hex there, which is
Wow.
interesting. Okay, and then we're passing in those args. And I think now we're going for a straight read and write
Okay.
primitive. I don't know if these values are controlled yet. Yeah, this is just triggering the read to an address, triggering the write to an address. And yeah, I guess it is an 8-byte read and write because it's a 4 shorts.
Yeah.
So 4 times 2 is your 8. So
But that read isn't. Oh no, well, yeah.
it's just the address.
Because it'll just return success. That's right.
Yep. So it's really going to come down to what.
Strawhead is getting their read and write primitives.
Yeah.
Ooh, over on OrgaCraft.
Okay.
We had some math for a second there, but it looks like they're going for an offset from ARG2.
Okay.
Unknown.
I think that is kind of similar to what I was thinking because I think read int, I think that's getting a 64-bit hexadecimal value.
Yeah.
So if you want to go the approach where you are reading and writing an arbitrary 8, I think you have to use the higher args, come back around, you need to use the low arg1 so that you have the address, and then you can't clobber the other things. But that should be totally fine. I think that approach would just work.
Let's see.
AW8.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh,
Oh, I saw set win
Set
and I got
win.
excited.
okay. Set win.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, they're
and
throwing
here we
some
go.
A's in there.
We're gonna try and use address A's,
Oh,
get
getter and
and
setter.
set window, and so now it looks
For
like we have the
arg
same
setter.
approaches on both.
Oh, it's gonna be a real close
Yes.
race.
Yes. Huh.
Okay.
Now it's starting to get more to like a mechanical thing of like how fast can you write the code to do the right thing, get that feedback. Because I think both of them are clearly aware of the path that they're going to take, and I agree. It's a winning path here.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like they got a write of 4 bytes.
Yep. There's that window size.
Yeah.
So that's the actual structure that they're going to be able to control.
Nice.
And I do think they're going to need to rely on the uninitialized memory, right?
Okay.
32. I don't think that's a 32
He got
bit
a
right.
32-bit right.
From what? Do you know what?
From this? I didn't see exactly what happened,
Yeah,
but he
I
only
didn't see
had
that
4
either.
A's on there.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
That'll be really interesting to see.
It might... Oh, it might be because he's doing offset from ARG-C to ARG-2.
Adder, set win.
Global ioctals.
I don't think that's how that ioctal works. Oh, that makes sense. He's doing both in one syscall.
Yeah.
Because it'll just ignore that second argument. So you can just put your value in there, put the address to that, so you don't
And
have
you're
to
just
come
gonna
back
arbitrate
around.
that
That
in
totally
there.
makes sense. So that'll just work.
Wow, I'm surprised it doesn't fail on invalid argument numbers.
I won't care. It won't know. It doesn't know until it gets into the kernel and does the switch
Oh yeah,
statement.
I guess it has to be fast.
Yeah,
Why
just-
would it do ARG checking?
Well, yeah, why would you do that?
Yeah.
That's a perfloss, and Linux is fast. So this, I'm pretty sure Orgatrout's on a very, very, very good
they're
path
on
here.
a laser path.
Do they have the address computed? Do they know the
Ooh.
offset of ARG2? But it's exactly what
Oh
they
yeah,
have to do.
they have the address of ARG2. They calculate
Okay.
ARG-C minus ARG-24.
Then they're basically like right there.
Yeah.
That's looking
Let's
pretty
check
good.
in on Straw Hat real
Straw
fast.
Hat. Okay, they're still doing this
That's
like
file descriptor.
invalid ioctal. Oh, you know what? That's what I was talking about. They're doing an invalid ioctal. They're putting the value deeper on the
okay,
stack.
okay.
They'll come back around, and then they're going to do their writes. So That's interesting. I like Orgekrauts more, even though Straw Hat is doing it the way that I initially thought of.
I feel like Orgekrauts is a little restrictive.
I think it's cleaner. I think it's cleaner because it's guaranteed. It's one pass. You don't have to do an invalid ioctal, which is nice. It's just a little quieter for, you don't want the IDS to figure out your exploit here. So you want to keep the errors to a minimum. You want to have a nice, clean
CTF
environment.
IDS, I
Yes,
forgot about that.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So it looks like we're trying to figure out AW8. Right 8? AW8? Address right 8?
Yeah, maybe.
Address right 8.
Arb right, maybe?
Maybe.
Yeah.
And they're going to be using ARG4, which makes sense here because they're doing the 4 ARG ioctal.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're doing some math in it.
Oh, hang on. Over on Orgekrau, we're calculating the base address to...
Okay. What function was that? Something.
Is he trying to pivot to the scanf for like a cleaner arb right?
God, I don't know. I feel like this ARB right's about as clean as you can
Yeah,
get.
really. Pass in numbers, it puts numbers. I'm happy with this.
Have we seen a crash yet? We've had the debugger open, but I think a debugger has only been...
It's only been Control-C.
Yeah. So I'm excited to see our first crash.
Oh, we have a ROP going. Wait.
rock.
It looks like he's writing red. It looks like he has arb right on top of the stack.
Okay.
And he's overwriting the puts. Does it have railroad though? Is he writing?
You will be able to skip over the cookie, which is very nice for this, for this primitive.
No, just being able to poke wherever you want immediately.
Oh yeah, it's just the beautiful, beautiful primitive.
Yeah, but it looks like, I don't know if this binary has railroad, or full, partial, whatever.
Yeah.
But he wants to jump to puts, unless he's just going to use puts as a lead.
Interesting.
Because I assume he's going for like a god override.
Yeah, I guess so. Huh. I'm gonna have to close chat. I'm running out of battery right now on my phone. All right.
Red adder equals red adder. Oh, we're making progress here.
Yeah.
Straw hat.
Now it's really a matter of what approach are you gonna pick to land or get your executioner or leak the flag. I think all of these you're supposed to run a command to win. You run a a shell command.
You get a shell, you run submitter, and
okay.
a little happy message pops up.
Interesting. So I don't know what puts is gonna be
Ooh,
for. What
it
was added
looks
here?
like Orgekraut is about to check if they crash on invalid access to 414141.
Okay.
And it looks like
Wait.
they're just gonna send their option.
Wait a minute. Are we back to brute forcing?
No, he wrote our option for this.
Well, then why are we working on the brute force loop enumerate all the octal thing?
I think he's just.
Oh,
he
that's
made
where
a
his
list of
code was.
ioctal, Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so now he's got to switch back over IC.
Yeah, required argument not an integer. Usually numbers are good.
Now,
All right, so he's going to be debugging that for. Oh, there we go. U64. Hang on. Oh,
and what did we get?
where's RIP?
Are we in puts?
We're in puts.
We're in puts.
We're red on puts. Red is.
And we got a 6-7.
Wow.
So yeah, it
Yeah,
looks
top
like
of the stack is A. He's reading to 4-1.
yeah. That's looking pretty good. So
That's
it's,
looking really good. He's
it's-
close.
let's check in on Straw Hat. Let's see where we're at.
I'll keep an eye on
We
him.
should have an arbitrary right here. I think we're gonna probably see that crash. I don't know if he's gonna try and write maybe over that return address and just see what happens. You also have the arb read, which is just quite nice
Yeah,
to
which is
have.
nice.
I don't know if you really need to use that.
I mean, you have binary base. You could just read it from PLT and be like, oh, I'll just appear.
Yeah. Yeah, have any of them looked for a win function yet?
I don't think there is a win function yet.
Okay, no win function?
Yeah, I imagine if there was a win function, instead of A's, he'd just put that.
Yeah, exactly. Like that,
Yeah.
you would just be done at this
Yeah.
point. So, I mean, there could be a win function I haven't
Maybe.
looked yet, and that
I have no
that
idea.
would be rough.
Oh, could you
know?
imagine missing that?
So,
Well, we've been in this one function, yeah.
huh? Yeah.
Okay, so Orgekraut running their script again.
Okay.
They have printout of, is that libc? 7FOE. That doesn't look like stack address. That looks like
received
the libc
7
lead.
hex bytes. Yeah.
Either libc or LD, I don't know which. Unmapped address 0, context failed. So
All the
they're
gadgets?
actually hamstrung by their Jeff installation. They just had a Python like int access error.
Oh no. Oh
So
no.
I really hope it doesn't come down to that, because they are close. They got a
Yeah.
libc leak. They have the libc. They can calculate offset to exec VE and just
Right.
pass whatever they want.
Exactly, yeah.
And yeah, they're calculating the leak right now, or unpacking it.
Yep. U64, what does that do? Is that just parses it?
64. It
Oh.
takes bytes and turns them into reverses them.
Oh, so you don't have to do struct.unpack every
Yeah.
time. Oh, that's quite nice.
Yeah. Oh,
Hey, we got a Sig Sev at PC of 414141 on Straw
this
Hat.
is really close.
So now we got that going.
Straw
So this
Hat
is
just
good.
got 4141, but Orga Crowd is calculating offset to exec VE.
I know.
Oh my goodness.
That's tough. It really comes down to how quickly can you go from that. What is this? All the gadgets. Straw Hat's about to pull up.
All the
I thought they were going to pull up all the gadgets function. I was very curious what that was, because what if that is a win function or something
Oh
like
my
that?
goodness.
Because that function has not been needed for anything else yet. It's clearly in there, like, intentionally.
Oh yeah.
We're looking for the GOT here, and we've got
Looking for
ioctl
GOT.
in there. So we're actually going to try and use the address of the ioctl entry in the GOT.
Oh, so they don't have to call a different function. They
Right.
just loop back around and it's there for you. Okay, that's kind of nice.
So we'll see.
Oh, hang on.
Okay.
Orga Kraut, I see rop.call libc.symbol system. This
Wow.
is,
Is that going to work out of the box?
yeah, I mean, they set the base address of libc, they loaded it as an elf. No, Pwn Tools is nice. You
Yeah.
can do all this stuff with it, yeah.
I've just never really used Pwn Tools. Oh, over here on Straw Hat, we're looking at ROP gadgets.
Oh, so they're both building chains right now. One of them looking manually and one
Wha-
of them
yeah.
using Pwn Tools building.
Oh yeah, we got a pop RDI gadget. It looks like a pop RDI ret. So just straight up grepping for gadgets. This is basically manual versus the machine at this
Yeah. Well, wow, Orga Kraut now doing system on BSS.
point. Okay.
And then Time Not Sleep, and then they're sending BinSH, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see if that
Oh no.
drops us in.
No. They forgot the null byte at the end of BinSH.
Do you need to manually specify that?
Yeah. Nuntap has no. Oh, they put it too early. They loaded libc later, I guess.
Oh.
Or they type out the libc name.
Oh, there's just
exe.libc.
a weird line.
You
Yeah.
just need to elf libc, yeah, so.
Oh, this is tough. See, this is where manual sometimes can get ahead. I think manual should always be slower in this case, but in the off chance that Pwn Tools doesn't work out of the box or has some error, you might end up fighting Pwn Tools more than you would have to fight just making
There's
the
no
ROP
usage
gadget.
overhead with using your eyes.
Right,
Like,
right.
Pwn Tools, you need to go look up doc. Well, not docs on man7.org, of course.
Right.
But you need to go look up docs. You need to figure out how it works. You need to debug anything that went wrong. Figure out the return code is. This, you're just like, oh, my gadget's right here.
Yeah. This is going to be pretty tight, I think.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, over on Orga Kraut, we just got the error, cannot send a migrated chain, which is one of those usage overhead things.
Right.
Because
Yup.
I have no idea what that
Yeah,
means.
I don't know what that means either.
They slid it around in memory, and now it's bad.
What?
Wait a minute.
Is that a shell?
That might be a shell. He just needs to click left. No, don't Control-C it.
Or is he just going straight live
is
right
he?
away? Does he just know? Is he going live?
No, I think he went live.
Live?
Cannot append to a migrated chain. Still no idea what that means.
Yeah. Why did it work like sometimes and sometimes
I
it
don't
doesn't?
know. Oh, he forgot .strip, I guess. Nope, cannot append to a migrated chain.
Huh. Yep,
Oh,
and this
I
is
feel
where
like
it's
he's
really
so
dangerous.
Close. He's scratching his head. Over on Straw Hat.
Yep,
Looks
all
like
the
they're
gadgets.
making
So all the
slow and
gadgets
steady
is
progress.
literally everything you want. It is your pop RDI, your pop RSP, your pop RBP.
you
So
get
it is
one.
literally all the gadgets.
Oh
I
my
now see
gosh.
what that function is. So since the ROP chain is going to be so simple here, it might be best to just straight up go for the manual chain, because this is the risk of Pwn Tools. This is why I'm always scared of this. When stuff breaks, it's just, you're in a really tough spot.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, still having that error over there. But here we're just making progress. We're making constant progress. And I'm sure Pwn Tools will just automatically work once it's figured out. But
I guess.
did he just delete like all that code or just move it around?
I think he deleted it.
Huh. And then let's see. We got a pop RDI, puts main, quit. Let's see.
Gosh. Is this really
receive
gonna come
N?
down
Yeah.
to a ROP race?
Yeah. This is definitely a ROP race.
Oh, stop using Pwn Tools ROP. It's fine if you like really know how to use it, but it looks like he's a
Left
little
justify.
unfamiliar with it.
Receive and left justify. This is some advanced Python right here.
Well, he wants to load it, make sure it's 8 bytes exactly.
Yeah.
So he's just left justify with probably null bytes.
Yep, that's exactly what he's doing.
U64, you have a clean load into Python in.
Yeah. And we're doing an NM over here on libc. It looks like we're trying to get some addresses
Okay.
out of libc. Okay.
And we've been told it's a minute to sudden death.
A minute to sudden death.
A minute.
They better start ropping like they've never ropped before.
They have to rop their butts off.
That's going to be really tough. I don't think these are 60 seconds away unless Pwn Tools automatically starts working.
I don't know if he can append to a migrated chain.
God. Oh, it's really close.
Oh, it's so close. I feel so bad.
Ropping live is so difficult. You're just like,
Oh gosh.
you have to keep all of this stack space in your head. You have to know where you're stashing all your stuff. And
I can
it's
barely
just,
pop lock and now they want me to rop it.
yeah, exactly.
How?
Nice. That was pretty good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Straw Hat's kind of paused here. Are they both?
They're both stopped in their tracks. I think Jordan just went and told them that we're going to sudden death.
I see. Okay. Whew.
No way.
Now, sudden death, as it was last year, and I think as I was told this year, sounds like it's a really easy challenge.
Easy challenge. Bear gets, format string bugs. What commands do you want me to run, basically?
Now, those are probably one of the hardest for me because I don't think I've ever done like easy challenges, so I don't know. Like, I don't think I've ever done a printf bug before.
Really?
No, I don't think it's ever
just
come up.
Straight into kernel?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I've never seen them in real life.
I've just been signaled something in semaphore.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know how to read that, but I think.
Oh, is there a third hint that got put? No. What?
What's going on? All the
Sort of.
terminals are closing.
What? Oh. Okay, so we're going to sudden death.
All right.
So it's a face-off here. It's all three of us. He was saying, say hi to the camera. Instead, we just look confused.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Hello. Good to see you again, everyone.
Yeah, welcome back. We've been here the entire time.
We have. Yeah,
Now, the real challenge starts, which is they have to use my laptop to deploy sudden death.
Oh
I have
no.
a script that runs it.
Okay.
It should be straightforward.
Is this the first sudden death of the day?
It is.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to be very curious how this goes.
Really got so close to sudden deaths before. We got, I think, within a minute of one for the last.
The last one, yeah.
And then this one, we finally went.
Yeah.
Went a mile, a full distance.
That's tough. It's really tough because you're kicking yourself. You're still, even though you're setting up for the sudden death, like you know in your head you're thinking about like where those things were on the stack, what gadgets you're using, and you're getting those epiphanies of like, oh, I should have done this, or oh, I remember that error is because of this.
I wonder if we're going to see someone just overflow gets and start calling ioctl.
Yeah, just go right in, right back in.
Go back. No, but it's nice because it's not a sudden death we're going into where one team had a major lead above the other.
Right.
These were
neck and
neck and neck.
Yeah.
It cannot be closer.
Yeah.
They were both writing their ROP chains. We had a system being called over here with just a Python error.
Right.
And then we had building up to a system called here.
Yeah, it's really tough to say who was further ahead there.
I think it was a dead tie.
Dead tie, yeah. I don't know how hard it is to fix those Pwn Tools errors when they come up. It looks pretty scary because I have no idea what that was. I don't know if that's solvable. So is this the challenge?
Right.
Okay, we're closing the
So
old
we're
challenge.
Closing. Did he save the IDP?
What's up?
Countdown?
All right, we're doing
ready for
another countdown. Oh,
Okay, so we're explaining the rules. Sudden death, very easy challenge. We don't have a hard time limit on it because it is kind of easy. And we're ready for the countdown.
you did it this time.
Thank you so much. We're going with sudden death in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, here we go.
right.
What do we got? We got the LiveCTF page open. Downloading the challenge. Literally just gets is the name of the challenge
Literally
here.
just gets is the challenge. I'll wait to switch over until they're out of their downloads folder.
Yep.
But let's go over to, oh, there's natural scrolling on, that sucks. Let's go over to Straw Hat. They're immediately loading it into IDA, as we expect.
Literally just gets.
Literally just gets. And on Orga Kraut, they're doing their Pwn template and IDA.
Sudden death, it's just gets.
Sudden death
It is literally just gets.
It is just gets.
It is.
Gets buff.
Oh,
Who can pop a
technically, there was a init. I don't know what a init does.
A nit sets V buff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Because like, you don't want it to be literally just gets. By the way, we buffer your input.
Yeah.
So I think Orga Kraut has a slight edge here because they already have the Pwn template.
I
It
see.
logged all
Yeah.
of their, it has the executable, it has
Yup.
GDB
Yup.
stubs for it.
Yeah. Literally just gets. And there
doing
can't be
read
stack
intel.
cookies, right? There's no way there's stack cookies. That would
Oh my
that would make this very
Imagine
difficult.
Literally
Yeah.
just gets, but they're
But
higher.
they're stack cookies. Yeah, so let's see. Do we have any win conditions? It looks like we. Is this an all the gadgets sort of thing?
I don't know if it's an all
Because if we have to ROP, then we're kind of just where we were before, aren't we?
Oh my
Because they
God.
already had PC,
There's no way we're there.
right?
Wait, there's no way.
Because if they have to ROP, then it's unless there's like no relocation or something like that, and you like there's just less fix-ups or fewer fix-ups.
Yeah, it could be no railroad and you just go back and override code.
Right.
But then how do you get a libc lead?
Yeah. Yeah.
What, you can do partial override? Yeah, partial
overwrite?
Partial overwrite got returned to system. I think that's fine.
Yep. 264. How big was the buffer? 256 was it?
256 probably.
And then
Orga Kraut
there's
is looking at cyclic, so they're figuring exact offsets.
yep. Then the stack address. So you get the stack address.
Yeah. Oh, here you go.
Oh yeah, they're just
Getting
straight
some
hard
there.
coding. Now I don't know if anyone has actually listed what are the protections on this.
No one has.
On this, yeah, they're looking for ROP gadgets, and it's the same thing. It's all the gadgets.
We're back.
So we might just be right back where we were.
It's going to be a ROP race.
It's a ROP race again, but I don't know how much difference this environment.
Wait, hang on.
Wait a minute.
Orga Kraut is just okay, well they went away from it. Orga Kraut is just going straight to shellcode.
Okay.
They're just doing Pontool's Shellcraft SH.
Okay. Yeah, I guess you know that the binary is not going to be relocated if you see the 40100,
Yeah.
right? Because otherwise it would be based at 0. I mean, theoretically, I guess you probably could have
Yeah,
it
I
that,
guess you
but,
don't know that,
but yeah,
but it
yeah,
is.
yeah,
Yeah.
it definitely is. So we at least have the addresses hard-coded, and on Straw Hat, it looks like we're making the actual payload that we're going to send. 264 A's, a pop RDI gadget, which is where we're going to ret to. And yeah, it looks like...
All right, so they're just finding gadgets right now.
Yeah.
Orga Kraut, I don't know if there's NX.
Really?
Well, they haven't checked.
No one's checked?
No one's checked. Unless there's some like small, no NX. There's no Pi, no NX. It's RWX segments, no Canary, no Relra.
Oh,
It's
okay.
literally just gets.
Okay. Huh.
So
Now, on Straw Hat, we're doing ROP, and I think that's...
super overkill.
I do too. I mean, I guess, will they know where libc is going to be based at here? I don't think they will.
I don't think they do.
They're going to have to somehow figure that out.
On Orga Kraut right now, it looks like there are a lot of functions for literally just gets.
Oh, I think they're calling puts so they can leak an address, but
Well,
this is going to be really tough.
Wait, they're ROPing too.
Oh, God, here we go again. Oh,
Wait.
God, it's...
Oh, hang on. But they're gonna ROP to.
Maybe they're going to ROP to one of the RWX sections?
Do they know where it is?
I don't know.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess they do. It's in the binary. It's not Pi.
Yeah.
Are they gonna ROP to puts 2? If they ROP to puts 2, we're switching back to Straw Hat. we're switching back anyway.
Oh my gosh.
What's going on over there? It's a little far from my eyes.
Yeah, so we're going. Do you want me to turn this a little bit towards you?
Maybe.
I don't want to like tip it off the table.
God, just don't. That's fine. Don't touch it any more than that.
Yeah, it looks like we are.
So they have a pop RDI, they have NSH, they have system.
Yep.
Do they have RIP?
Oh, they just got a 6
they got
sets. That's
segfault.
good. I think that's the
That
first
sounds
segfault
like
so
RIP.
far. Ooh, we are going to look at segments on Organ Cut. I do want to see this.
Immediately loading segments
Are maybe it's not RWX.
Oh, it's probably in the init is the RWX, like empathetic.
I see.
Oh, VM map. Now we get to see what it is. Stack is RWX. Yeah, there's no NX.
Oh, yeah.
So
just stack is RWX
stack
there.
is RWX.
But do you know where the stack is? I guess if you leak it, you like a puts or something like that. Well, you also have the.
But
You can get it off the stack as well,
Yeah.
potentially.
I mean, you get one ROP, you get like pop RSP or something.
Yeah. Here
Or
we're
like
doing a
a-
remote connection
Are
on,
they
on
already?
Straw Hat.
Oh, hang on.
Wait, is that
Are they running it?
dot
They
slash
got a
submitter?
show? They
You
got
won.
it.
Your
They
team won. Straw Hat.
Oh my gosh.
And they just.
It came down to the ROP race.
Yeah.
Fast.
All right.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. That was pretty good.
That was a really good
I mean, I'm
match.
kind of glad that we got to see some of the ROP at the very end there because
Yeah.
we all like seeing ROP.
We all like seeing ROP.
Yeah.
You know, I've never met someone who doesn't like ROP.
Of course, yeah. Wow.
That was a really good match. It went to full time. It went into sudden death.
Yep.
It ended up being the same exploit technique.
Yeah. I didn't end up seeing if Straw Hat ended up using that RWX. I think they just ROP'd
They
it.
just ROPed it.
I think they just straight ROP'd it.
You don't even need NX or non-NX stack.
Yeah. To be honest, that's an easy enough ROP that you might as well.
That's fair.
So,
I think the ROP is easier than the leak.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it looks like they have all wrapped up here.
Yeah, that's it. That was
So-
our final match for the day.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a look, or I mean, we're not gonna take a look. We're gonna be on the bracket for the rest, and then we'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah. Sounds
Yeah.
good. What time are we back tomorrow?
We should know this.
Yeah, you should know this, Jordan.
Yeah. So ideally, we'll be back at
At
10 a.m. Pacific.
all right.
Okay, so we'll be back at early Pacific,
We'll see you then.
and we'll see y'all then. Thanks for tuning in.
Cheers.
Yeah.